Just the one?
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. 41 degrees, 7 o'clock as we come to you 1 week out from Christmas Day. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis, who's now a part of the fold. He got a Christmas tree up. He's excited. He's got his Christmas gifts on the way. What else, Patrick? I mean, you are in the spirit, man.
I'm just waiting on Taylor Tucker to put her Christmas tree up.
Okay.
And she already said, it's like she sent me a meme the other day that was like, if it ain't up by now, then it probably just go ahead and wait till next year. So we're gonna hope for Taylor to put her Christmas tree up. But I was waiting on her, but I couldn't wait any longer. I got mine in, and I said, well, I guess I'll go ahead and put it up there. But we're inching closer to Christmas. When you think back to 2022's Christmas, think about that deep cold that we had. Remember, single digits for actual air temperatures, and then single digits below zero wind chills across the Mid-South. Well, think about that. If you enjoyed it, keep that in the back of your mind, because it's not going to happen this year. We're actually looking to be quite mild for Christmas, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But before that happens, we will have a blast of cold air, and that blast of cold air comes in here tonight. Let's talk about where we are right now. High pressure beginning to build into the area after a cold front now sweeping through the region. A beautiful shot here. This is coming from our MDOT camera. This is Cahoma County here across the river, Phillips County, Arkansas, and the weather could not be nicer. Actually starting off pretty close to average this morning. Temperatures in the 30s across much of the Mid-South. A couple 20s sprinkled in there, but there are going to be a lot more 20s on the board tomorrow morning as we get started on your Tuesday comparatively to where we will be for today. Winds picking up today. Notice the wind speeds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour this afternoon, with highs that will top out in the upper 40s and lower 50s. A first alert to harsh cold on the way. A hard freeze likely tonight, but this is the only time that we're talking about a hard freeze. Every other night moving forward is going to be on an upward trend from here on out. But this is going to be kind of your gulch moving forward over the next 24 hours. So take your cold weather precautions. And these spots here that I've got outlined in red are going to be the spots that could get down to the coldest points, like between 20 and 24 degrees to wake up early tomorrow morning. From Dyersburg over towards Alamo, Friendship, down towards Ripley, Tennessee, as well as Halls. We're talking Mason for our friends in Stanton and Brownsville and Nutbush, Somerville, and down towards Williston, Bolivar and Toone and Whiteville and Selmer and Adamsville, and even for our friends in Holly Springs as well. So again, in the city, I think we're between like 25 and 28 degrees. In the outlying suburbs, mainly eastern suburbs, we're talking like 22 to 25. And then the outlying areas, the spots I'm outlining here in the red, we're talking 20 to 24 degrees late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So a lot of sunshine today, but it's a chilled brand of sunshine with a cold northwest wind flowing in here. 40s and 50s here today with a lot of sunshine. Clear skies tonight. The winds go calm, and that's what's going to allow for the temperatures to come plummeting down. Look at those deep 20s. Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, Selmer, up towards Dyersburg. So you get the idea. It's going to be pretty cold to start off early Tuesday morning. From there, we'll make a run back towards the upper 40s. Here's the thing, though. This is not going to be around the rest of the week. We're actually going to trend warmer again pretty quickly. And by the time we head towards the end of the week, if you're doing some traveling across the area leading up to Christmas, again, Sunday being Christmas, we're forecasting a high of 62 degrees Christmas Eve here in the Mid-South, with opportunities for rain to come back into the fold. So if you're traveling around, this is, again, just really Friday, Saturday, Sunday, rain opportunities coming back into the fold across the southern plains, the deep south, mid-south, up towards the mid and upper Mississippi Valley, over towards the Ohio River Valley. A couple showers across the low country of Georgia and South Carolina. And then the Northeast right now looking to be pretty quiet for now. But I think that these systems will start to make some progress off towards the east and going to have some impacts on the back end of Christmas. I think Christmas itself, though, looking rainy here in the Mid-South and mild. Again, temperatures in the lower 60s, a far cry from the single digits that we had last year. In the meantime, though, it will be cold tonight, deep into the 20s. That's probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen so far this season. But notice, while we get down closer to freezing again, or maybe just below freezing early Wednesday morning, it's an upward trend from there. 60s for highs on the back end of the week, 40s and 50s for lows by the weekend. So if you're looking forward to milder air to come back, well, we get it. But we'll add in more clouds, and eventually, gradually, rain chances will follow suit to go along with it as well. At this point, just plain Jane rain. Could have a few rumbles of thunder. Severe weather not looking likely at this point, but something we'll be keeping an eye on over the next couple of days. But the first alert to the cold, that's going to be the big thing here in the next 24 hours. Again, a hard freeze across the Mid-South, and then we are up and away moving forward through the remainder of the week.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis spelling it out for us. We got cold, we got warm, we got rain, all that stuff. Thanks for keeping an eye on it, Patrick. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, there's a live look from our Midtown High Five camera where the sun is just breaking through across Memphis and the Mid-South back in 60 seconds. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Crime and public safety certainly top of mind for so many Memphians out there, and we are officially 2 weeks away from Memphis Mayor-elect Paul Young being sworn in as the new mayor of the Bluff City. He tells us he has a plan in motion to curb the crime that is plaguing this city. He told us that Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis is a part of his plan. He said after several conversations about her plans for the department, he's confident in her leadership. In terms of change, Young said instead of changing who the police chief is, he believes it's time to change how Memphis Police Department operates. He says his plan includes finding and focusing on the 20% of criminals that are reportedly committing 80% of the crime the city sees. The new details into Young's plan comes as Memphis Police report at least 7 shootings this weekend, with at least 1 being fatal. It is certainly an issue that we continue to hear about and report. The last one happening in Orange Mound, along with what witnesses say they wanted to see in terms of safety. So that is certainly an issue. And one of those shootings happened that we are reporting now that Memphis Police investigated a shooting that killed a 1-year-old boy, a 12-month-old baby. This happened in Frazier. Officers made it to the scene about 2 o'clock Saturday morning. This is Welland Street. The child was taken to the hospital where he died. There is no suspect information right now. The final Shelby County Commission meeting is today. We're expected to get a look at how the budget is for juvenile court and how it could change. On the agenda is a resolution to change its operating budget. They could be working with over $2.3 million. These funds would go to special programs to keep young people from reoffending, upgrades within the detention facility, and hiring a more specialized staff. Mississippi man is facing charges this morning after investigators say he destroyed a satanic display at the Iowa State Capitol. 35-year-old Michael Cassidy of Lauderdale, Mississippi, is charged with a misdemeanor. It's criminal mischief. The satanic temple display was scheduled to come down at some point. The display went up in the Capitol. It sparked a lot of emotion, as you can probably expect. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds released a statement calling that display absolutely objectionable. Tennessee joins a long list of states fighting a new rule proposed by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Under this proposed rule, anyone who sells a firearm for profit could be held liable for civil or criminal penalties if they don't register with a federal agency. It would require unlicensed gun sellers to become licensed, and supporters say it would close a loophole on background checks. Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti calls the rule heavy-handed and punitive. In the letter, Skrmetti and 26 other state attorneys general say the rule does not clearly define profit. Going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's Digital Desk. There was an article that was written in the Daily Memphian a few days ago, and the title of the article was Few Trials, Many Dismissals at 201 Poplar, according to various reports. And there was some data that was inside this article written by Aaron Fleming that suggested and talked about this very issue. It was data from the Tennessee Administrative Office of Courts, and it showed from July 1st, 2021 to July 30th, 2022, so a one-year stint here. 55% of criminal charges, not cases, in Shelby County were dismissed. And this article goes deeper into this issue of that there's essentially fewer trials and many dismissals at 201 Poplar, downtown Memphis. Let's bring in an organization that is also focused on this issue. I am joined now by a couple of people, both Court Watch manager Yanni Gibson, and then you can see data scientist Ryan Carroll there. Both of you are part of justcity.org, and I appreciate you joining me on the digital desk. Can you talk briefly, first off, what justcity.org is? I know that some people know about it. You guys have been around for more than 5 years, but for people who are just learning about you, tell us about your organization.
Sure. You want to go, Ryan, or do you want me to?
Just City is an sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to correct my name. It's Yene. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you, Yene.
Yeah, Just City is a nonprofit organization that has the mission of advocating for a smaller, more humane criminal justice system in Shelby County. We do that through a number of programs, from expungement to our bail fund, to the Public Data Accountability Project, and you name much.
Okay, appreciate it, Ryan. And tell me, and I open this up to both of you. Did you read that report, and your thoughts on some of the conclusions? I mean, there really weren't that many conclusions, but there were certainly opinions as to why there are fewer trials happening in Shelby County and many dismissals. But I'd like to get your take on that.
Well, I would say from a Court Watch perspective, it's just really inefficient the way that we do trials, because there's only one set at the beginning of each week. So we call juries in on Monday, and if a trial is not going or a trial is not prepared, then the jury gets sent home, and there's no chance for them to maybe start a midweek trial. And that way things just take so much longer, because everything in our system is pretty inefficient. It feels like it's designed to work that way.
Ryan, did you want to weigh in?
Sure. Yeah. In terms of the number of dismissals, former Judge Bobby Carter had a report that outlined how the number of trials is an issue and causing high number of dismissals, and that's certainly the case. But it's more of a yes and. This is being caused by fewer trials, which means that the system depends on people pleading guilty, which means that people stay in jail longer until they plead guilty, or they are faced with higher number of charges or higher severity of charges, which then encourages them to plead guilty to lower charges or fewer charges, so that this system can keep on moving.
So from both of yours perspective, from justcity.org's perspective, how do we fix this? Because a lot of people say, okay, we need more trials, and we don't want to see dismissals unless it is in fact justified. So how do we fix and resolve the problems right now at 201 Poplar? Ryan, let's start with you.
We are doing our part to provide these judges with information on how long they're taking to dispose these cases. And really, a lot of it is just procedure. People need to take responsibility for whatever their role is in the criminal justice system, and they need to determine people's innocence or guilt in a timely manner and not leverage long stays in jail or threats of very long sentences in order to dispose cases.
Yanae, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I would say just having a full day of having court, because typically court will run from around 9 a.m. till 12. But if we had a full day, like a actual like 9 to 5 work day, I think we could get things done faster. And then trials would take a lot less time. And I think also just having midweek trials and allowing juries to come midweek as well, instead of just sending them home on Mondays.
Yeah, it seems like this is apolitical. I mean, I think both sides of the political aisle want to see more efficiency downtown with our justice system, and I think that there are complaints to go around and just kind of figure out, okay, how do we fix this? You mentioned Ryan Bobby Carter, who was cited in this case, and there was a mention in that article that there are more than 300 murder cases pending right now. I mean, how do we change that? I mean, it's absurd to me that there are 300 pending cases, and just last week there was one from 2018 that involved the former head of the Greater Memphis Chamber with a guilty plea. I mean, that was back in 2018, almost 6 years ago, and we're just getting to it now. It seems absurd. I'm just trying to figure out how do we resolve this. Yanae, do you want to start?
Honestly, I think having as much like public awareness is one of the keys, because our court system has been hidden for so long. It has gone on really without accountability for so long, so that if we have enough people who are paying attention, I think we can just showcase like just how inefficient it is. And even our public defenders need help. Like we have, we don't have enough public defenders to take as many of the murder trials as we have. But I think, yeah, it takes just a lot more in the courtroom work. And so extending those hours would be one of the best ways, I think.
Yeah, I can see that, and certainly that's a great start. Ryan, anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think something that is really important is that 300 number is really just pending trials for cases that have been cleared. MPD has a very low clearance rate for murders, and so if that clearance rate were to increase, this backlog would increase exponentially over time. And so like this issue, it's this bad because of those low clearance rates. And so it becomes so much worse, so much more quickly. If these murders are actually being solved.
I think your sigh that you just gave really says it all, Ryan. I think we're all just really frustrated on how this works. I want to switch topics just a little bit here and pivot, because recently, in fact this week, Just City was in the news in this war of words back and forth between Tennessee State Senator Brent Taylor and Shelby County DA Steve Mulroy. And Brent Taylor wrote a note, wrote a letter to the governor. He's written a letter to Tennessee attorney generals talking about DA Mulroy aligning himself with a number of groups considered liberal groups. And one of the groups he mentioned was Just City, in addition to Justice Innovation Lab, Vera Institute. And these groups, according to State Senator Brent Taylor, have turned Mulroy into a weak-on-crime prosecutor and very concerned about lenient prosecutions and that sort of thing. Tell me where you stand on this. Are you familiar with this war of words? I'm sure you guys are. But Ryan, let's begin with you.
Yes, I am familiar. And I feel like my work on the Public Data Accountability Project at Just City is in some ways at the center of it, because he discusses agreements or data sharing that doesn't happen. My background is in data and technology, and we've acquired this data over time. There's not a conspiracy of any sort between these things. These organizations, Vera, Just City, Justice Innovation Lab, they just want people to be prosecuted fairly, and they want people to be held accountable, but in a humane way. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, just going from your website, though, Ryan, Just City feels like money bail is unfair. Is that right? And if so, how does Just City think how we should deal with the bail system?
Oh, money bail is absolutely an unjust and unfair system. If a rich person gets accused of the same crime as a person struggling with poverty, it doesn't make any sense that one person gets to go home and fight their case from home and the other one is forced to stay in jail in horrible conditions just because of money. It's not about letting every single person out. It's about using discerning judgment to either keep them in jail or let them go, but money should never be a factor in that.
So how do we fix it? What's
Well,
the
the
bail
Vera
system? What's the bail system? What's the best way to effectively have a bail system in Shelby County?
The Vera Institute created a calculator for bail, so that people are able to go much more in depth than what we were currently doing, to understand if money is an issue, but also Just City and all these other same organizations also care about public safety. We want people to be safe, and money bail is not keeping us safer. And so the calculator allows the pretrial services to understand like what their safety risk would be, what their financial capabilities are. And so if someone does not pose a risk to the community or to themselves, there's no reason for them to be in jail while they're waiting on their case to resolve, because in our system, you are innocent until proven guilty. So you should have that same ability to fight your case and work your case from home, the same way that anybody with means would be able to.
Okay, there was a person that was charged recently. It made headlines. A person charged with first-degree murder, didn't have a criminal background. He was released with his own recognizance by a judge, and a lot of scrutiny has been put on that judge right now. Where does Just City stand on that issue? Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I believe it was. Yes, we are familiar with it. That it's really up to the judge, and that's the judge's discretion. If this person was shown to not be a risk to public safety, like a further risk, because clearly if they're charged with first degree murder, they have shown some risk, but if they've shown to not be like a further risk to the public, or a risk of running, the law states that they have the right to be released, which is why the judge was able to do that.
Okay, and Ryan, feel free to weigh in as well. I mean, there's some concern with the public, though, because we get those emails, those calls, those concerns, because first-degree murder means premeditated murder. And again, these are charges; they're not convictions. This innocent until proven guilty, of course. However, based upon evidence that police have. That's where they charge this person with first-degree murder, being released on their own recognizance. Eyebrows go up. People are wondering what's happening, and they're very concerned. Tell me your reaction, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it yourself. To hold people almost presumes guilt to some extent. To say that they're a risk to the community presupposes that they were guilty of the crime in the first place in a lot of ways, and these people are not. I have been working in the criminal justice system for a long time now, and I've seen cases where someone is charged with an aggravated assault, but they have text messages from the person in all caps saying, I'm going to put a charge on you until you get back together with me. And therefore, that person was allowed to go on a very low bond, even though it's a scary charge, it's an aggravated assault. But the judge used their discretion to recognize that this person was not a risk. They didn't reoffend. And if someone is being released on their own recognizance for a first-degree murder, I would have to think that there is a good reason. And I mean, these things come into the media, and so every judge has a strong incentive to use their best judgment and to try to keep the community safe in the best way that they can.
I gotcha. And so that's where Senator Brent Taylor is coming from when he says Just City supports ending cash bail and lenient prosecutions. I'm going to give you guys the last word here on all this. Yanae, let's start with you.
Just City does support ending cash bail. That does not mean Just City supports anybody who's being convicted of things to just be free and have free reign on our community, because we do care a lot about public safety, but we also care a lot about transparency and accountability. And so we are like, we don't believe in lenient necessarily like prosecution, but we do believe in fair. And if it's if we have an unfair system, I can see how making it fair probably feels more lenient. But we're just trying to make sure that everyone, regardless of their past history or their economic status, like we want to make sure everyone has the same fair chance.
Okay, Yanae. And Ryan, did you want to add anything?
Yes. First, it's that really so much of this is about making our criminal justice system more efficient and bringing justice to the people that harm others in our community, but doing it in a fair way. Research, and in terms of bail, research all over, like so many research studies, so many examples from all over the nation have showed that these bail reforms do not make our communities less safe. They make our communities more safe. Because when people are not held in jail, they don't lose their jobs, they don't lose their homes, they're not forced into desperate situations, which pushes them back into a life of crime. We released numbers, the Shelby County released numbers to show that these bail reforms before and after have not led to an increase in crime, and these narratives are just fundamentally false.
Okay, we're going to have to let that be the last word. Ryan Carroll and Yanae Gibson, we appreciate your time. Certainly a conversation that needs to be continued. Thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. 41 degrees, 7 o'clock as we come to you 1 week out from Christmas Day. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis, who's now a part of the fold. He got a Christmas tree up. He's excited. He's got his Christmas gifts on the way. What else, Patrick? I mean, you are in the spirit, man.
I'm just waiting on Taylor Tucker to put her Christmas tree up.
Okay.
And she already said, it's like she sent me a meme the other day that was like, if it ain't up by now, then it probably just go ahead and wait till next year. So we're gonna hope for Taylor to put her Christmas tree up. But I was waiting on her, but I couldn't wait any longer. I got mine in, and I said, well, I guess I'll go ahead and put it up there. But we're inching closer to Christmas. When you think back to 2022's Christmas, think about that deep cold that we had. Remember, single digits for actual air temperatures, and then single digits below zero wind chills across the Mid-South. Well, think about that. If you enjoyed it, keep that in the back of your mind, because it's not going to happen this year. We're actually looking to be quite mild for Christmas, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But before that happens, we will have a blast of cold air, and that blast of cold air comes in here tonight. Let's talk about where we are right now. High pressure beginning to build into the area after a cold front now sweeping through the region. A beautiful shot here. This is coming from our MDOT camera. This is Coahoma County here across the river, Phillips County, Arkansas, and the weather could not be nicer. Actually starting off pretty close to average this morning. Temperatures in the 30s across much of the Mid-South. A couple of 20s sprinkled in there, but there are going to be a lot more 20s on the board tomorrow morning as we get started on your Tuesday comparatively to where we will be for today. Winds picking up today. Notice the wind speeds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour this afternoon, with highs that will top out in the upper 40s and lower 50s. A first alert to harsh cold on the way. A hard freeze likely tonight, but this is the only time that we're talking about a hard freeze. Every other night moving forward is going to be on an upward trend from here on out. But this is going to be kind of your gulch moving forward over the next 24 hours. So take your cold weather precautions. And these spots here that I've got outlined in red are going to be the spots that could get down to the coldest points, like between 20 and 24 degrees to wake up early tomorrow morning. From Dyersburg over towards Alamo, Friendship, down towards Ripley, Tennessee, as well as Halls. We're talking Mason, for our friends in Stanton and Brownsville and Nutbush, Somerville, and down towards Williston, Bolivar and Toone and Whiteville and Selmer and Adamsville, and even for our friends in Holly Springs as well. So again, in the city, I think we're between like 25 and 28 degrees. In the outlying suburbs, mainly eastern suburbs, we're talking like 22 to 25. And then the outlying areas, the spots I'm outlining here in the red, we're talking 20 to 24 degrees late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So a lot of sunshine today, but it's a chilled brand of sunshine with a cold northwest wind flowing in here. 40s and 50s here today with a lot of sunshine. Clear skies tonight. The winds go calm, and that's what's going to allow for the temperatures to come plummeting down. Look at those deep 20s. Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, Selmer, up towards Dyersburg. So you get the idea. It's going to be pretty cold to start off early Tuesday morning. From there, we'll make a run back towards the upper 40s. Here's the thing, though. This is not going to be around the rest of the week. We're actually going to trend warmer again pretty quickly. And by the time we head towards the end of the week, if you're doing some traveling across the area leading up to Christmas, again, Sunday being Christmas, we're forecasting a high of 62 degrees Christmas Eve here in the Mid-South, with opportunities for rain to come back into the fold. So if you're traveling around, this is, again, just really Friday, Saturday, Sunday, rain opportunities coming back into the fold across the southern plains, the deep south, mid-south, up towards the mid and upper Mississippi Valley, over towards the Ohio River Valley, a couple showers across the low country of Georgia and South Carolina, and then the northeast right now looking to be pretty quiet for now, but I think that these systems will start to make some progress off towards the east and going to have some impacts on the back end of Christmas. I think Christmas itself, though, looking rainy here in the mid-south and mild. Again, temperatures in the lower 60s, a far cry from the single digits that we had last year. In the meantime, though, it will be cold tonight, deep into the 20s. That's probably one of the coldest nights that we've seen so far this season. But notice, while we get down closer to freezing again, or maybe just below freezing early Wednesday morning, it's an upward trend from there. 60s for highs on the back end of the week, 40s and 50s for lows by the weekend. So if you're looking forward to milder air to come back, well, we get it. but we'll add in more clouds, and eventually, gradually, rain chances will follow suit to go along with it as well. At this point, just plain Jane rain. Could have a few rumbles of thunder. Severe weather not looking likely at this point, but something we'll be keeping an eye on over the next couple of days. But the first alert to the cold, that's going to be the big thing here in the next 24 hours. Again, a hard freeze across the Mid-South, and then we are up and away moving forward through the remainder of the week.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis spelling it out for us. We got cold, we got warm, we got rain, all that stuff. Thanks for keeping an eye on it, Patrick. We appreciate it.
No problem.
So we are about to enter winter season, and during the season we know that there's all kinds of viruses, there's all kinds of sicknesses out there, and so we're doing our best to try and keep ourselves and our family healthy. But what happens if your child is sick and they say, "Mom or Dad, I'm sick," and how can you determine whether your child is physically sick or if it's more of a mental health issue? Let's talk more about that right now with clinical psychologist Dr. Andrea Bonnier. She's joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. So what's the first step that parents should take if they suspect their child's not feeling well? Dr. Bonnier, good morning.
Good morning to you. Thanks for having me. So in terms of first steps as a mom, definitely my first step is to go to my medicine cabinet, and I always have those Binax Now COVID-19 self-tests by Abbott there because you want to test and have the peace of mind to know what you're dealing with and be empowered. Whenever there's sniffles or some sort of medical symptom, you can also, of course, consult with a healthcare provider for extra information. But as you mentioned, a lot of times the kids are dealing with emotional stressors, and this can show up in physical ways. So we want to be able to have a conversation about that as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, because normally, I mean, I have 2 children, and it's like, okay, if they're sick, all right, let's figure out what's bothering them and maybe what we can do if there's some physical symptoms versus other symptoms as well.
Exactly. So you want to make it feel safe and comfortable for them to talk about feelings. I think sometimes this is easier said than done, but we want to open up a dialogue where we're not accusing them or assuming that they're just trying to get out of school, but we really want to hear what's going on in their lives. We can ask them what's important to them, what's coming up for you, what's been on your mind. There might be a holiday party or some sort of exam that's coming up that is really stressing them out. So the key is really to create a situation where they feel comfortable talking about feelings and they feel like it's okay to do so.
What about when it comes to a parent determining, doctor, that there is in fact a mental health issue? Then what direction do we go with that?
Yeah, and this is hard because a lot of kids might not be able to explicitly say that that's what's going on. So a lot of times too, it's important to watch and listen. If you see patterns, you see changes in behavior, or changes in their eating or their sleeping patterns, changes in their social lives. But really, if they're going to take a mental health day or have a day off from school, it's important that it's not just a free pass off from school. It's important that we treat it as a healing day. What can we do to actually cope better? How can we strengthen you? How can we maybe get you additional support if you need it? How can we learn some relaxation exercises or really become more aware of your feelings and how to manage them? That way, when they go back to school, they'll feel more energized and actually like the problem is a little bit more solved than if they were just trying to avoid school. Because when they just avoid and they don't feel like they're working on it, then it gets harder to go back.
Okay, Dr. Bonnier, let's just kind of overview for the thousands of people who are joining us on the digital desk. If their child's not feeling sick this winter season, we got viruses, we got COVID, the flu, RSV, that sort of thing. Give me maybe 2 or 3 bullet points of what we should do.
Yeah, so talk to them, have those COVID-19 self-tests by Abbott, those Binax Now COVID-19 tests on hand. Make it okay for them to speak with you about their feelings. And also additionally, Abbott has some resources at rapidtest.abbott/BinaxNow to help navigate this tricky time when there's so much going around mentally and physically.
Okay, Dr. Andrea Bonier, clinical psychologist, we appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too.
Right now, I want to talk about a musical that is 1 week away, that is coming to Memphis. It is Rudolph, the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the musical. Yes, it is coming here, and it's going to be at the Orpheum Tuesday, December 19th. Again, 1 week from today. Amazing to think that a character like Rudolph is going to be on stage, but we are joined right now by the character, the person that plays Rudolph. Talia Gloucester joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Talia, good morning to you. Tell me how this all came about to take Rudolph and then make a musical about it. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, yeah, I love talking about this show. And yeah, it's just, the 1964 animated special is pretty much perfect. And a group of people said, let's put this on stage. And that's exactly what we do. We make sure to have all the icons and the aesthetics and the sounds that people are so nostalgic for and know pretty much as well as we do. The audiences know this show as well as we do. So we try to make sure we represent that nostalgia, and then we add the extra pizzazz of live theater, and it makes for a very good time, if I do say so myself.
It looks like it. I mean, the costumes are amazing, as you mentioned. It follows the unique 1960s, right? I mean, this is the back in the day Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It wasn't that Bert Ives, I think it was.
Yeah. He was voicing the Sam the Snowman.
Yes. I love it. That's great. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Talia.
Oh my goodness. Well, I went to UCLA, and that's when I moved to Los Angeles to, start my acting career. And then through a number of connections, that's how I landed this gig with Rudolph, which has been such a pleasure. And the way I got it felt like being in the right place at the right time. So I'm really grateful to be with the show.
It sounds amazing, and to be able to take a classic, a holiday classic, and bring it to life on stage. Tell us what the audience members can expect when they go. I mean, this is, you mentioned, it's a take on the original, which goes back to the 60s.
Yeah. So it's the story that people know and love, with the characters people know and love, like Clarice, Hermie the elf who wants to be a dentist, Charlie the misfit puppet, all those characters that I think bring people back to watching that TV special, when they were kids. For a lot of the people who are grandparents now bringing their grandkids, it's really a multi-generational experience. So I think they can expect a lot of nostalgia, or for people like those grandkids who this is their first theatrical experience, they can expect a lot of fun interaction with the characters from the stage, and some sing-alongs and some flying reindeer. It's for all generations, and it's a great time no matter what your age is.
I also find it interesting, Talia, that there is this tie-in with the National Bullying Prevention Center. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, well, this is a story about a kid who is this is an anti-bullying story, basically. And things turn out really well for Rudolph in the end, because, he learns to nurture his difference, what makes him special. And he has a community of people around him who support him and show him that he doesn't actually have to be shunned for this one little difference in his nose. And so that's a beautiful tie-in, and it's great that the show has partnered with an organization to amplify that message.
That's awesome. I love that. And I love this, the Abominable Snowman. I mean, I remember that as a kid looking at that like, whoa, that is scary.
Oh, yeah. And he's huge on our stage. We get some screams for sure every time he makes his appearance.
I bet. Anything else you want to tell the audience in Memphis that's thinking about coming out here? We have thousands of people that join us each and every morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Orpheum, I'm personally really excited to be in the Orpheum. It looks like a gorgeous theater. And for us, we get to be celebrating Christmas starting in November when our tour begins. But I think there's no better way to celebrate than with this show and with us as a cast. So we really hope to see you there in the Orpheum, and I can't wait.
So that is 3 performances there next Tuesday, December 19th. I guess you wouldn't have much time to do anything else. Have you ever been to Memphis before?
No. We usually as a cast, we find our ways to sneak out and do some sightseeing. So I'm sure we'll see some fun things.
Good. I hope so, and I hope you get some great barbecue as well.
Oh yeah.
Listen, Talia Glosser, congratulations on landing this gig and the success of the musical. Have a great holiday season, and we look forward to a wonderful stop here in Memphis at the Orpheum. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll see you there.
The Christmas holiday and everything associated with the Christmas holiday, including a mainstay, a tradition for so many Memphians and Mid-Southerners. It's Zoo Lights at the Memphis Zoo, and I'm joined now by Rebecca Winchester. She's on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about Zoo Lights this year. Rebecca, good morning to you. I love Zoo Lights. I remember taking my kids there when they were super little, and then now that they're technically adults, they love going as well. What is the best fun part of Zoo Lights that you enjoy yourself?
I would say I was also lucky growing up in Memphis to come to Zoo Lights every year. And I would say my personal favorite thing has always been watching people ice skate. I'm never the one on the ice myself. That is not for me, but I love standing with a cup of hot cocoa and just watching everyone make some holiday memories at Zoo Lights. And now that I'm working here, it's just even more special to see it really just come together.
I bet. I bet. So I know it's pretty much the same year to year, but sometimes there's some nuances. Sometimes there's some differences. Can you tell us what we can expect this year?
Absolutely, of course. It's, one of my favorite things about Zoo Lights is it's such a Memphis tradition, but every year we try to add some things that you might not see every year at Zoo Lights. So, of course, we have our ice skating rink, but it's actually in a new location this year with a much more kind of winter village feel to it. We have Snowmain Lane this year as an homage to Memphis. So, instead of snowmen, we have Snowmain Lane, which is a great attraction, some huge snowmen to take some photos in front of. And just all sorts of things. We have some new light fixtures. We have, of course, the iconic snow as soon as you walk in. Of course, you can meet Santa, and don't tell him I'm currently sitting in his chair. So I hope he's okay with that. But we also have our Chinese lanterns and our China exhibit, just so many opportunities. Buy some hot chocolate for our adults. You can purchase other drinks. It's just going to be a great time. And we're so excited to have it once again this year.
So, Rebecca, tell me what type of work goes into setting up Zoo Lights year after year. It's got to be one of those things that takes almost an army or so, right?
Yes, absolutely. So it starts, we go straight from Zubu right into Zoo Lights here at Memphis Zoo. So it is kind of a nonstop machine that is working. We have an amazing crew and company that we work with that help us to provide this amazing, display of lights for everyone. Like I said, knowing that it's such a Memphis tradition, we try and, really make it something special every year, but it is months long process to get everything put in and figured out and, making sure things are working correctly and also just maintaining it throughout the season. That's something a lot of people don't think of is, making sure everything's working properly. And we are always trying to, come up with new ideas for everyone. But we, of course, my personal favorite is walking in and we have that true Egyptian feel as soon as you walk in with the pharaohs out front and you walk in and see the pyramid. And, I just love that we tie in our architecture here at Memphis Zoo within that Egyptian theme at Zoo Lights even. So it's amazing. But yes, a lot of work, a lot of ice, a lot of fake snow, and just a lot of fun.
So let's talk about tickets because people are going to want to go. They're going to want to bring their families. What's the best way people can purchase tickets?
Absolutely. We really highly encourage you purchasing your tickets online in advance at memphiszoo.org/zoolights. You can find that under our special events page on our website. Tickets are $14 for our members and $19 for non-members. So this is a great time to become a member if you're thinking about it. If you want to come to Zoo Lights this year, already enjoyed that discount for our members. And yeah, so we definitely recommend getting them in advance because they will sell out. So we always encourage getting them as soon as possible. So go ahead and plan your night.
Excellent. Is there anything else, Rebecca, we haven't touched on you feels important for all of our viewers out there? We have thousands watching right now.
I would say just come and enjoy. I think, like I said, Zoo Lights is something that is just so integral to the Memphis holiday experience, in my opinion. And whether you're a little kid experiencing the holidays for one of your first times, or whether you're, a grandparent watching your grandchild experience the Christmas holiday or any holiday, it's just such a special place to celebrate that. And I think, right now, Memphis, I think we really need some light and I think we need some happiness and some fun and just celebration. And what better of a place to do it than Memphis Zoo?
Amen to that, Rebecca. Rebecca Winchester with the Memphis Zoo talking about Zoo Lights once again this year, a tradition for so many Memphians and Mid-Southerners each and every year. Rebecca, appreciate you and all the hard work that your staff does to get it ready for Zoo Lights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's going to be a chilly day, but also seasonable for this time of the year. But you're going to notice a bit of a wind-driven chill that's going to come along with the sunshine across the Mid-South. While we get back to our seasonable averages in the lower 50s this afternoon, add in a northwesterly breeze that's going to be gusting around, say, 30 miles per hour this afternoon. It's going to feel a little bit more bracing, so something to be cognizant of as you're heading out and about. Grab a jacket, keep it handy, and keep the sunglasses as well. But I will tell you, at first alert to a big blast of cold air. This is the beginning of it moving through the area as a cold front moves through the region. Of course, the colder air dumping southward. A hard freeze likely here tonight with lows between 20 and 28 degrees when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Notice the lows in the lower 20s in places like Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Bolivar, Toone, as well as Whiteville, Somerville, down towards Williston. 25 in Holly Springs, Oxford down to 25, as well as in Ripley. I think there will be some colder pockets in through here. They'll probably be down closer to like 22, 23 degrees. So you get the idea that there will be some cooler air definitely in place. Probably one of the coldest mornings that we've seen in a very long time, and probably one of the coldest mornings that we'll see for a very long time moving forward. So a reminder, because of the cold temperatures that we're going to have here tonight, just a reminder to check in on folks who may not have adequate access to warmth. Make sure your pets are brought inside or have adequate warmth to make it through this evening. Then, of course, if you have any plans, bring it inside, cover it up. And then pipes, if you have any exposed piping, especially in areas like Covington, Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, more than likely you want to cover them up. If you've got some bad insulation in your home, you may want to open up the cabinetry at your house and have a drip going as well. But once we get past this, again, there's improvement on the way. So again, temperatures today 40s and 50s for highs. That's right close to average for this time of the year. Deep down into the 20s to wake up tomorrow morning. And we'll manage a high in the 40s by the afternoon hours for your Tuesday. Lots of sunshine. A few passing clouds will start to roll in here. I think the clouds become more dominant, though, as we head into your Wednesday. And that leads us up into a milder stretch that will start to roll into the area as south winds begin to take hold. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 52 for today, deep into the 20s tonight. In the city, 26, but again, outlying areas, lower 20s to start off early on your Tuesday morning, only managing a high of the upper 40s. But it's upper 50s by Wednesday, near 60 by Thursday as clouds begin to thicken up and eventually rain chances to roll in here. If you remember last year's Christmas, deep into the single digits for lows. Nowhere near close to that. By the time we head into Christmas Eve, we're looking at scattered showers rolling into the region. Highs in the lower 60s, lows in the 50s.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know about the holidays, and we all like to sometimes overeat, overindulge ourselves. I mean, we got family, we got friends. It's the holidays. It's the most wonderful time of the year, right? Well, unfortunately, some of those things can take a toll on our body. And one of the things that we experience as Americans is heartburn. Yes, heartburn. In fact, 60 million Americans suffer from heartburn at least once a month. So what's the deal with heartburn right now? Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue. Sherry Torkos, an integrative pharmacist. She's on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk about this issue. I mean, You know, Sherry, good morning to you. I mean, we got family and friends. We got, we're stressed out trying to get all the gifts under the tree for Christmas Day. But, we finally make it to the day. We have these rich, amazing meals, and then we start to feel some kind of way in our stomach. So let's talk first off about heartburn and what causes it. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Yeah, the meals are always great when we're eating them, but it's when it comes back to bite you afterwards, right? I think we've all been there where we've eaten maybe a little too much, and then we go away from the dinner table feeling bloated. We feel pain, discomfort. And for people that have heartburn, and this is quite common, in fact, almost everybody's going to have heartburn at some point in their lives. And as you mentioned, there's 60 million Americans that suffer with it monthly. It's a real problematic issue. Heartburn occurs when we have a refluxing of stomach acids back up in the esophagus. And it's that burning pain in your chest, the discomfort. It's always worse after a meal or when you're laying down. And it can be a really uncomfortable problem to find yourself in.
I totally understand, and I don't know if it's me, but all this talk about heartburn, I'm kind of feeling a little weird right now. But anyway, we'll continue on with this interview. So there's a new study that I understand, Sherry, from the Journal of Neurology that talks about frequent heartburn medications, dementia. I heard this a while ago, that some of the medications that are out there for heartburn aren't the best for us, and maybe there's a more natural, more effective way to handle it. Can you give us the fact from fiction kind of disparity here?
Yeah, for sure. So, this group of medications that have been evaluated in this study, the Journal of Neurology and others, it's called PPIs, or proton pump inhibitors. And this is a class of drugs that shut down acid secretion in the stomach. And they've been available over the counter for about 20 years now, and they are widely used. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't stick to the recommended duration of use, which is 14 days. People often take them chronically. And in this recent study in the Journal of Neurology, what they found is that people that were taking these PPI drugs for 4 years were at a 33% greater risk of dementia compared to people who had never been taking these medications. And researchers believe there are a couple of mechanisms at play here which increase the risk of dementia with the use of these medications. The first is that these medications cause a deficiency of vitamin B12, which is a very important nutrient for cognitive function. And secondly, they also impact calcium and magnesium absorption, magnesium in particular, which is also important for brain function and the health of our nerves. And then there's also some changes and alterations in the gut bacteria, the microflora, that could be at play here. So this is not new. There's been actually a couple of studies in the last few years that have drawn this conclusion. And it's very concerning. As a pharmacist, I worry about this because I know dementia is such a difficult to manage condition that impacts families in such a troubling way. And the fact that these medications, the overuse of these medications, is increasing the risk of dementia, it's concerning.
Concerning indeed. So, all right. So the $25,000 question is, how do we handle heartburn safely out there if we get it, Sherry?
Well, there are definitely things you can do to prevent and manage heartburn. So starting off with your eating habits, if we can have smaller meals, eat more slowly, which gives our body the ability to digest better, that can make a big difference. Also taking a digestive enzyme at the beginning of your meal. I often do this, especially if I know I might be having a little bit more than I'd like to. I take a formula called Digest Gold, which has enzymes to help break down the protein, carb, and fat throughout the digestive tract. That can help improve digestion. But if you find yourself faced with heartburn, you have an acute episode and it's an occasional problem, what I would suggest looking for is something that is over the counter in pharmacies and health food stores. It's very safe and works very quickly. It is called Heartburn Soothe, and it contains alginate and prickly pear cactus. Now, alginate, it's been around for decades, and what this this substance does is it's derived from brown algae, and it absorbs 300 times its weight in water. And when you ingest the alginate in this Heartburn Soothe, it forms a barrier like a raft at the top of your stomach contents after a meal. And it prevents the acids from refluxing back up your esophagus, because that's what happens with heartburn. Acids reflux up, you get pain around your chest area, discomfort. So this prevents the refluxing of the acids, but it also helps to protect and help to heal and rebuild the stomach lining with the prickly pear cactus. So I love this because it works quick. And you know, when you have heartburn, you want something that's going to give you relief right away. You don't want relief a couple hours later or the next day. It's something where you need an acute treatment.
Couldn't agree more, Sherry. Absolutely. Where can we go to learn more information about this?
Yes, you can check out my website, sherrytorkos.com. It's SHERRYTORKOS, sherrytorkos.com. Check out my blog page where I talk about some of my lifestyle tips and strategies to beat the holiday heartburn. You know, again, eating small meals, supplements can help, and also making sure after you finish that big meal that you don't go and lie down, that you stay upright, because when you lay down, that makes it easier for those acids to reflux into the esophagus.
Good advice, Sherry Torkos. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much for the info, and happy holidays.
Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
Okay, another live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis. The sun is out indeed across Memphis and the Mid-South, 39 degrees. Back in 60 seconds. Good morning. Welcome back. Right now, we are talking about holiday travel, specifically airport travel. It is going to be a big deal. In fact, many, including the FAA, said that there is expected to be this Thursday is expected to be the peak, but it's actually like a 16-day or rather it's a 19-day travel period that begins on Wednesday. We're talking about a 16% spike compared to last year in terms of traveling in the air. And the holiday period seems more spread out than usual. FAA says the peak is going to be this Thursday. American Airlines is forecasting that peak for Friday. Want to tell you about the MLGW plan today here. They're doing some maintenance work, so it's gonna put up a smelly stench in certain areas. They're going to be working on Plant Road and Riverport Road starting at 7:30 this morning. That was about a half hour ago. The material that's going to be used has a sulfur smell that's like a rotten egg smell, and so crews tell us the work should not take more than an hour. All right, let's talk about the Grizzlies star. Ja Morant finally headed back to the basketball court. This is expected to happen tomorrow night in New Orleans when the Grizzlies take on the Pelicans. He is set to play in that game. Ja had a news conference, lasted about 16 minutes on Friday. He said he feels some guilt not being able to play. He's watched his team struggle throughout the season, but again, so many fans are ready to see him back on the court again tomorrow night in New Orleans against the Pelicans. Let's talk about Dillon Brooks. He got a little choked up this weekend in his first return to Memphis, wearing a different uniform. He played, and there was a tribute video to him in the first time out in the Rockets-Grizzlies game. Brooks said he was holding back tears as he watched. It was very emotional. Grizzlies fans will get a chance to show Dillon some more love one more time this season when the Rockets come back to Memphis on Valentine's Day. Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to play you something right now. Check this out.
It's time to spread the news, chase away those holiday blues.
That was Larita Shelby, aka Jazzy Rita, and Willie Daniels. They are Memphis songwriters living in LA, and they are joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about who they are, the song, and what's happening with them. And I love it. I love the sultry sounds of your voice. Larita, good morning to you. How are things?
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Memphis. Yes, when Willie and I were in school at Overton High School, my name is still Larita Shelby, but when I'm doing music, I'm Jazzy Rita. I'm a lyricist, and I write the melodies, and the fabulous Willie Daniels puts the amazing music to it, and that's our new holiday song.
Fantastic. I love it. And tell me more about, you said Overton High School. Tell me more. Give me your background, and Willie would love to hear from you as well.
Okay, Willie, you start.
Well, I'm a born Memphian. Hi, everybody. I'm born from Memphis, Tennessee. I went to Overton High School, and I met my friend Larita Shelby. We was under the late Lula Hedgeman, who trained us vocally and to get ready for everything that we need to do in music. And we're on that journey to proceed to hit that goal.
Yes, so we're proud Overton alums, but Willie's mother is in the background there. She was a Memphis musician, a church musician. Here's my mama back when she was on WDIA back in the day. She was a Memphis musician. Many years ago, I'm dating myself. When I worked at Liberty Land under the direction of Melinda Grable, I was in the Memphis Music Show. So Memphis is all in our blood, and the late, great Ruby Wilson was my godmother. So I was encouraged to write songs as a teenager when David Porter visited my house and said, you know, young lady, you should learn to write. And so Willie and I reconnected in Los Angeles many years ago. And we're so thankful that Real Holiday Love by Jazzy Rita Shelby is getting airplay all over the world. And we've actually been told that there were people who weren't going to celebrate the holidays because of certain life events, but after they heard the song, they've decided to have the holiday spirit.
I love it. You've connected with so many Memphians that remember Liberty Park fondly, including our producer, Amanda Hanson. Tell me about the inspiration that goes into a Memphis couple who decides, okay, we're going to move to LA and we're going to start a life there. How does that happen?
Well, Willie, since it's your birthday, Willie Daniels, you start. Happy birthday, Willie.
Thank you, likewise. You know I'm quiet. First of all, we're just good friends. We're not a couple. We're a music couple. And everything started for me from church. I played for the late Oris Mays Boston Baptist Church family and the late Gilbert Earl Patterson Hello family, and so on and so on, and went to school to culture my music, so to make sure that I had what I need and the knowledge of what I need to know where I'm going. And I hooked up with my friend Larita when I saw her in Los Angeles. I'm sorry, and we were at the mall, and we froze and said, "Is that her?" When sure, and then I saw her on TV.
Yeah. It was at the CeCe Winans concert at the Forum, and that concert was being directed by Cerise Johns, a fellow Memphian. And so that's how this all came together. So music has been a part of our lives, and Memphis has been supportive of me ever since my teen years. And some of y'all know exactly when that was, when I was Miss Black Memphis and Miss Black Tennessee. I was Miss Black Everybody one year. And by the way, I'm Black every Friday. So no matter who you are, please, you can ask Echo, Alexa, or Siri to play Real Holiday Love. But more importantly, the music is not just about us. It comes through us to encourage you, to inspire you. Let's face it, it's been quite a year for people all over the world. And thanks to Willie Daniels, He plays like he's the cat sitting at the gig in my head. And we're able to put this music together. We performed live in Memphis a couple of years ago at the Birth of Soul, thanks to George Barnes and George Tillman. So it's a family affair, and we're proud Memphis musicians.
Fantastic. Okay, so where can, first off, I understand, the Rita, that you are a part of a couple new movies, and that we could see you on the big screen coming up. Tell us more about that.
Yes, I am co-starring in what was the #1 movie on Tubi called Still Here. It's kind of a horror thriller. Still Here. I play Amanda, a fabulous book publishing agent, and I'm also starring in the series Foster's Law on Urban Flix TV. That is yet another gripping role. But the thing that's different about that is we don't just show a family that's in turmoil and dysfunction. If you stay with it, you will see someone who follows through and gets treatment and becomes a better person. And I was blessed to have starred in the urban classic South Central, which was produced by Oliver Stone many years ago. So we stay busy in these California streets. We have to, thanks to Willie Daniels and our producer, Michael Wells. We will be creating music for the rest of our lives. It's our legacy, and won't stop, can't stop, won't stop. We're celebrating real holiday love.
So, Willie, let me ask you, give me the inspiration behind this song. You know, there's so many holiday songs this time of year. Tell me about Real Holiday Love.
To go back to my childhood when there were only certain songs that were played, and there wasn't anything that, as far as I was concerned, that reached me as a kid and as an adult. And when Loretta sung the song to me, I listened to what she was saying, and I felt the warmth of where she was coming from, and I had to put it into notes, and that's how I was able to produce that.
Fantastic. And so we have a link to the song on YouTube right now on our website, actionnews5.com. I'll leave it up to you guys. Anything else you'd like to say with regards to the new song, your life out in LA, your Memphis roots, anything else you guys, either one, would like to say before we let you go?
We'd like to thank all of our family and friends, as I've said before, but here's what's most important. When you see and hear independent artists, please support them in any way that we can. When we could name Wendy Moten, that's our girl. You know, Carlton Lee, that's our person. But independent artists, every play counts, every download, every word of mouth counts. We appreciate your encouragement. We just could not do it without you. Our goal is to reach 500,000 plays on YouTube by the holidays. And the song is for everyone, all cultures, all nationalities. Even if Christmas per se is not what you celebrate, it's the season of remembering love. And what we say in our song is that keep the faith that better days are ahead.
Willie, did you want to add anything before we let you go?
No, she said it all. And happy holidays.
Birthday. Happy birthday, Willie. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Willie Daniels. We appreciate you. And Loretta, Shelby, I appreciate you as well. And happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you both. Congratulations on your success out in California. And thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Happy holidays.
We've been talking a lot about the holidays and getting ready for the holidays, and coming up soon, a lot of people are going to be traveling. They're expected to go spend time with family. I'm going to be one of those hitting the road. My husband is from the Chicago area, so we're going to be heading to Chicago. And here in Tennessee, we're expected to reach near record numbers. And joining me here to talk more about it and what you need to know is Megan Cooper with AAA. Megan, good morning. Glad to have you back.
Good morning. I'm always happy to be here.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and dive in and talk about it. What kind of numbers are we expecting here in Tennessee? Are we going to have more people flying, driving? What can you share with us?
Yeah, so taking a look at year-end travel, we're talking about people traveling through Christmas all the way through New Year's through the end of the year. So in that time period, we're expecting 2.7 million Tennesseans to take a trip at least 50 miles away from their home or more. This is near record. Like you said, it's the second highest since 2019. 2019 is still the highest for Tennessee. The majority of Tennesseans are going to be taking a road trip, but nationwide, we're expecting airports to be the busiest that they have ever been. So if you are planning on taking a flight, here's a reminder to pack your patience and definitely plan ahead this year.
Well, you stole my words, because that's what I was going to talk about, is that air travel and making sure that you are packing your patience, because I feel like any flight that I've taken recently, I've had delays, or, I've had some sort of situation that I've had to deal with. So any advice that maybe you want to share with people that will be flying to X, Y, or Z?
Right. So obviously plan ahead. Things are going to be busy. So make sure you're giving yourself enough time to get through every single aspect of the airport. So give yourself plenty of time to park. If you can, plan that ahead of time, whether you're parking on-site or off-site at that airport. Make sure you have plenty of time to go through security, but then make sure that you have plenty of time at any connecting destinations as well. This time of year, we know winter weather can cause a lot of cancellations, disruptions, delays. So make sure that you're either downloading that airline app or opting into some of those updates, just so you know what's going on with your flight. And even if you're not flying to a cold weather destination, that doesn't mean that you are out of the woods. That doesn't mean that your plane could be traveling through winter weather. So be mindful regardless of where you're flying, and stay up to date with what your flight is doing.
And parking especially, you were talking about that. I know here in Memphis during Thanksgiving, I was seeing where people were having a hard time finding places to park because those lots would get so full. So definitely something to think about. For those hitting the road though, is there a best, worst time to maybe start your travels?
So taking a look at the year-end travel period, it's a little bit longer of a travel period than say Memorial Day or Labor Day. It is a 10-day travel period. Because of that, we see people traveling at varying times. They're not all leaving during the same weekend. But what we do know is that December 22nd and December 28th are expected to be two of the busiest days over the holidays. We're also expecting December 30th, which is the end of that, not going to be the busiest overall, but just know that that Saturday, when everybody is likely coming back home, is probably going to be a little bit busier than your average Saturday.
So I know we're talking Christmas, New Year's. Any top travel destinations that you're seeing as far as that goes?
So what we're finding is that people are really trying to escape the cold weather. Warm weather destinations are very popular. Florida, the Gulf Coast, but we're also seeing some of those big cities like Vegas and New York City are very popular this time of year. But we also find that people are traveling to see family. So I think it'll be a good mix of people traveling back home, whether that's in Tennessee or surrounding states. That's probably going to mix with people that are gifting travel this year. So that's where I think those big city destinations come in.
And before we let you go, let's talk gas prices. What can people expect?
So good news for gas prices this year. We are now seeing the cheapest prices that we have seen so far this year. Our state average as of today is actually below $2.80. And we expect that gas prices will stay low through the end of the year. We may see a bit of fluctuation, a few cents here, a few cents there, but for the most part, we can expect to see some of the cheapest gas prices that we have seen this year, which is great news if you're planning a road trip.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Megan. Anything else we want to mention before we let you go? Any last minute tips?
I'll just say to plan ahead. It's going to be busy. We've seen previous travel holidays throughout the year. Know that the airport's going to be busy. Make sure that you're planning ahead if you're taking a road trip. Really planning ahead is key. A lot of other people are traveling, so just do yourself a favor. Make sure you are as prepared as you can be, regardless of whether you're flying or driving to your destination. But most of all, be safe and have fun.
Well, Megan Cooper with AAA, always bringing it. We love having you here on the Digital Desk, and happy holidays. I hope you're able to enjoy it with some family.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's going to be a chilly day, but also seasonable for this time of the year. But you're going to notice a bit of a wind-driven chill that's going to come along with the sunshine across the Mid-South. While we get back to our seasonable averages in the lower 50s this afternoon, add in a northwesterly breeze that's going to be gusting around, say, 30 miles per hour this afternoon. It's going to feel a little bit more bracing, so something to be cognizant of as you're heading out and about. Grab a jacket, keep it handy, and keep the sunglasses as well. But I will tell you a first alert to a big blast of cold air. This is the beginning of it moving through the area as a cold front moves through the region. Of course, the colder air dumping southward. A hard freeze likely here tonight with lows between 20 and 28 degrees when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Notice the lows in the lower 20s in places like Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Bolivar, Toone, as well as Whiteville, Somerville, down towards Williston, 25 in Holly Springs, Oxford down to 25, as well as in Ripley. I think there will be some colder pockets in through here. They'll probably be down closer to like 22, 23 degrees. So you get the idea that there will be some cooler air definitely in place. Probably one of the coldest mornings that we've seen in a very long time, and probably one of the coldest mornings that we'll see for a very long time moving forward. So a reminder, because of the cold temperatures that we're going to have here tonight, just a reminder to check in on folks who may not have adequate access to warmth. Make sure your pets are brought inside or have adequate warmth to make it through this evening. Then, of course, if you have any plans, bring it inside, cover it up. And then pipes, if you have any exposed piping, especially in areas like Covington, Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, more than likely you want to cover them up. If you've got some bad insulation in your home, you may want to open up the cabinetry at your house and have a drip going as well. But once we get past this, again, there's improvement on the way. So again, temperatures today 40s and 50s for highs. That's right close to average for this time of the year. Deep down into the 20s as we wake up tomorrow morning. And we'll manage a high in the 40s by the afternoon hours for your Tuesday. Lots of sunshine. A few passing clouds will start to roll in here. I think the clouds become more dominant, though, as we head into your Wednesday. And that leads us up into a milder stretch that will start to roll into the area as south winds begin to take hold. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 52 for today, deep into the 20s tonight. In the city, 26, but again, outlying areas, lower 20s to start off early on your Tuesday morning, only managing a high of the upper 40s. But it's upper 50s by Wednesday, near 60 by Thursday as clouds begin to thicken up and eventually rain chances to roll in here. If you remember last year's Christmas, deep into the single digits for lows. Nowhere near close to that. By the time we head into Christmas Eve, we're looking at scattered showers rolling into the region. Highs in the lower 60s, lows in the 50s.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. 42 degrees at 8:30. Beautiful day, as you can see from our Midtown High Five camera. We'll be talking more about the forecast coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I want to talk about the idea of scammers this holiday season going after your hard-earned money. We hear about it every year, but we are expecting an unprecedented amount of holiday scams this holiday season as Americans get ready to really kind of ramp up their spending in time for Christmas. There's a company out there, it's called Social Catfish, and it combats online scams by using some different technology, reverse search technology, that sort of thing. They released a study on the state of internet scams in 2023 using various data from the FBI and FTC. In fact, it said that Americans have lost a record $10.3 billion with a B to online scams last year, and Tennessee actually ranks number 21st in the nation, losing $113 million. Let's bring in someone who can really kind of give us an idea of what's out there, what kind of scams are being run, and the ways to combat it. I am joined by a former Nigerian scammer. He serves as a consultant for that Social Catfish company I just talked about. Chris Maxwell joining us on the digital desk. Maxwell. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Can you do me a favor and turn your camera horizontally so we can see it just in a horizontal way? That way, there we go. Perfect. It's a much better shot for us, Chris. So first, I'd love to hear your background, because I remember there was a time where we would get all kinds of scams of, hey, we won the Nigerian lottery. Please send us your payment, and you will get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Tell me about your background and how now that you are working for this company, Social Catfish.
Okay. I'm a Nigerian. 25 years old. I'm a graduate from the university, and I came from the family of four. My family are Christians. So I went into scamming year 2016, and I did scamming for 5 years before I stopped. And I stopped because I met Social Catfish. I got encounter with them, and I started working with Social Catfish. So that was why I stopped scamming.
Gotcha. And so you're like on the other side of it now, helping people stay away from getting scammed. Did you ever get caught through all that, through all the scamming that you did for 5 years?
I would say yes, because here in Nigeria, we are not allowed to scam. It's so illegal. We get arrested because of that. So I have been caught several times before I stopped.
Gotcha. So what is the number one thing people are doing in order to get scammed? Or what is the one thing that people should make sure that they stay away from so that they can't be the next victim?
Okay, since there are so many type of scams, and these scams every day they develop a new method of scamming, and they just want to take advantage of you. And so let's say this period of time we are Christmas festival period. People tend to do online shopping. They want to buy stuff online. They want to buy gifts for their kids. They want to buy gifts for their families. They want to buy Christmas trees and stuff like that. And so these scammers take use of those opportunities, this period of time, to scam. They can just email you and tell you you're receiving a package. You have to pay a certain amount to clear it. If you fall victims of scams like that during this period of time, it's going to be a disaster, because people lose a lot of money during this time. Festival times, it's very risky.
Yeah, no, I get it. Online is where everyone seems to be getting scammed. And as I mentioned at the top, $113 million Tennesseans were scammed out of last year, which is a crazy amount of money. So I see that there are 5 hot holiday online scams to avoid right now. One is a sold-out toy scam, Secret Santa, a grandparent AI scams. Can you tell us, ways to avoid these scams and just some general ideas, the red flags to be aware of?
Okay, let's take for example compromised Amazon or bank account scams. In a situation like this, they try to find out what kind of bank you're using. They will email you, and they'll tell you you have a problem with your bank account, you have a problem with your Amazon account, you need to upgrade, you need to do this and do that. So once you believe them and you give them access to your bank account or to your Amazon account or to whatever account you may have that involves your money, they just ask you to verify. They send you a code. Once you send the code back to them, they're absolutely taking away all of your money. And the only way to avoid that is just not respond to the message. Okay, if you get any messages from your bank or from whatever you're using, maybe you should contact your bank actually instead of reacting to a message from someone you don't even know. So and we also have fraudulent websites. This scammers, they have websites, they put it online, they put it as advertisement on social media, on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, advertisement will come from these places. And once you see this opportunity, you think it's cheap because they're gonna put a very low price on this website. And when you think you can shop on this website, you add your credit card, you add your debit card, you try to make a payment, they're gonna have access to your bank and they're going to take away all of your money.
Yeah, I noticed that you have on these down here, avoid, certain things, contact the business directly. If you see a business that says, hey, we're trying to contact you for bank information or card information, you go ahead and contact that business directly. Don't reply to the email.
Directly.
Yeah, directly. Yeah. And then, reverse search to identify the person perhaps that you're gifting if there's some, Secret Santa type thing. A lot of times people will make fake websites using familiar logos and they appear legitimate, but basically it's watch out for poor grammar, that sort of thing. What else can we tell the public about this?
Okay, so basically we need to tell the public a lot about this period. It's an easy opportunity to get scammed during this period of time. So we need to tell people to please be so careful about social media, because these scammers use social media to set up different kind of traps, since they know it's going to entice you, since they know you're interested in getting, since they know you really want to get, and people want things to be cheap, everyone wants to get things at a very cheaper rate around this period of time. So I would advise people to please be very careful. You should only shop from a verified and a well-known store, and you should only contact businesses that are very real and you are sure about.
Let me ask you, so social catfish, can our viewers log on to social catfish and see some of the tips that you're talking about right now?
Yes, definitely, yes. I've made a lot of videos and they can see.
Okay, Chris, anything else before we let you go? Because this is something that hopefully will save some people tens, if not thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Okay. Let's give an example of another type of scam. We can take grandparents AI scams. There is AI now, and AI can pretty much it can do everything you need. AI can do everything you need easily. So these scammers, they just use AI voice to clone a person that maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a relative. They can hack their Facebook, these scammers will hack your Facebook, and they will text your family members, and they will use AI to send messages. To send voice messages. They make calls with them, and they'll be using AI. So when you get a message from a family member, you can get a message from a family member. They will tell you to send them money. They will tell you to shop from a particular store or do this or do that. When you need to establish a safe word for your family. Okay. So if you have a family member and you are not sure if you're talking to your family member, you need to make sure that you verify and you confirm the person you're talking to, because it's so risky at this time of the year. People take opportunity and they want to make a scam. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. AI generated voices of a family member or a close friend, and then suddenly you're out a bunch of money when you should call, hang up, and then call that person directly, make sure they're okay. Chris Maxwell, I really appreciate the tips and advice. Social Catfish is the company that you're working with now. We appreciate your time, Chris. Thank you.
Yes. I appreciate your time too. Thank you so much.
Okay, happy holidays. All right, there's another live look from our High Five camera. 42 degrees, 841, back in 60 seconds. All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A professor at an Arkansas college helping mothers across the world as part of a new initiative. The new nursing education director at Lyon College and her daughter created more than 600 birthing kits to send to vulnerable populations in third world countries. The kits include a sterile scalpel, clamps, a bulb syringe, and other clean items for both the mother and baby to use after birth. She said they saw the need for kits after trips she took overseas. Florida lawmakers considering a law focusing on Gabby Petito, the woman killed by her fiance while on a cross-country trip. If passed, the Gabby Petito Act would require all law enforcement officers responding to domestic violence calls to complete a lethal assessment to evaluate the potential for serious injury or death through early intervention. Gabby's father reportedly introduced the initiative to lawmakers in hopes of helping future victims of domestic violence. Train conductor in Texas is doing better this morning after a nasty crash on the tracks. It's about 30 minutes west of Fort Worth. Investigators say an 18-wheeler was attempting to cross the tracks, was hit by a Union Pacific train. The collision caused 2 of the train's engines and 17 of its rail cars derailed from this collision here. Crews worked to clear the track and the road of diesel fuel that spilled in this wreck. And then some workers in Kentucky at a healthcare company getting an unplanned bonus thanks to one shift supervisor. The manager decided to give her employees $30 worth of lottery tickets after the other gifts she ordered didn't arrive on time. Those tickets won $50, so they reinvested in more tickets that won $100. They reinvested once more, and they got one ticket worth $50,000, which the workers split after taxes. The winnings came out to be just shy of $36,000 and split among 21 employees. Each worker got about $1,750. Nice.
We are in the holiday season. So many people, they're out shopping and a lot of online shopping. I know I'm one of those people that likes to do a lot of my shopping online. Well, there are so many concerns about cyber threats. They can be so difficult for the everyday person to be able to spot. So, of course, we want to be able to find ways to protect ourselves. And today you are in luck because we have a special guest joining us here with some insights and tips. This is Nick Bassini. He is the head of outreach for Cisco Talos. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you on here. So first off, I want to dive right in and start talking about this because so many people are concerned about this. Let's talk about some of those online scams, the latest ones that are out there, credit card fraud, and all the above. Let's dive in.
So especially during the holiday season, that old adage, if it seems too good to be true, it likely is, really holds true. So if you get that email or that text message that has that deal that just can't be beat or is just absolutely unbelievable, it probably is. Unfortunately, as well, with the explosion of AI and ChatGPT, these scams are going to look really good. The days of grammar mistakes and misspellings are gone. They're going to look polished. They're going to look convincing. And they're going to be coming from a wide array of sources. It's not just email anymore. You're going to get text messages. You're going to get phone calls. You're going to get hit up on social media. They're going to try everything they can to get in front of you.
I mean, you're so right, because I mean, I see on social media all the time. I'm on Facebook. You see these sponsored ads that pop up and they tell you that there's these great deals and, you know, click here and check them out. And so many people can fall victim to those sort of things. So with all of that, like you said, text messaging, all these different ways that people could be scamming you, what are some things that people can do, especially those that are spending a lot of time online shopping? What can they do to make sure that they are protecting their privacy?
One of the easiest and best things you can do is keep your software up to date. So make sure your phone's updated, your apps are updated, your computer's updated. It's going to give you the protection from the latest security threats, and it's also going to give you access to the newest features. If you are going to be using a credit card, consider using a service like Apple Pay, Google Pay, or Samsung Pay so that you don't have to give your credit card directly to the vendor. And then finally, if you are going to be doing shopping, I know it might be a little bit more expensive, but go to those more established, reputable vendors. You're a lot less likely to get scammed and a lot more likely to get the product that you're actually paying for.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the role that your company plays in helping with this whole thing and this whole problem.
Yeah, so I'm part of Cisco Talos, which is the threat intelligence organization inside of Cisco. The easiest way to think about us is if you have a Cisco security product and it blocks something, it's because of our team. But what we are is a group of researchers who are tasked with identifying the bad activity that's going on the internet, finding it, blocking it, talking about it, and then making sure our customers are protected from it.
You know, we talked about how individuals, they want to make sure that they're protected, but on the other side of that coin, businesses, they also want to make sure that they're safe and no one infiltrates any of their software or programs or whatnot. What can they do to make sure that that happens?
I mean, obviously, making sure you have security technology in place is incredibly important, but especially around the holidays, I always like to call out brand protection. The last thing you want to see as a business owner is your name or your logo being used in a scam or other type of malicious attack. So try to do what you can to protect your brand and prevent it from being abused.
And where can people go if they want to be able to get some more information? Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, you can go to cisco.com/go/security. That has all the information about our products, as well as a link to our year in review, which is a report we recently released that exposes all those trends at a high level for the bad activity we've seen on the internet.
Well, Nick Biasini joining us here on the Digital Desk, the head of outreach for Cisco Talos. Thank you so much for this helpful information and helping to keep people safe this holiday season.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a happy holiday.
talk about the holidays for a minute, because the holidays we tend to overindulge, whether it's food, drink, fun, everything, okay? Maybe not sleep, and maybe not healthy habits, right? Because the holidays, we like everything in excess, I should say. So nearly 15 million children and adolescents in the U.S. struggle with obesity. And then when you think about the holidays and where we overeat on sweets and holiday candy, that can be very problematic. So let's talk about ways as we enter into this, truly the heart of the holiday season, ways to make sure our mindset is right when it comes to healthy eating and healthy living. Let's bring in someone to help us through this. Dr. Julia Olandriou is joining us on the digital desk to talk more about healthy eating, healthy conversations with your children, with your family. Julia, good morning to you. Where should we start with this conversation? Because it's kind of a broad brush there of trying to eat healthy during the holidays. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, it's really a broad topic, but it's also a very, very important one, as you mentioned. I think it's important to start with making sure that this conversation starts from a good place, not making people feel, especially children, being careful about how we talk about food and health in a way that does not talk down or downplay how they feel about what they eat. So it's important to ensure that we are mindful of the mental health of our children and our family members as we talk about this very important issue. So one of the key things is starting from a place of avoiding negative association when it comes to food and health. Especially a lot of people, when they talk about food, they come in from a very negative angle. So it's important to highlight this important topic from a positive angle. And then when we talk about children, or talk to children about this, and when we talk about their perspective, it's also important to make it fun and engaging. So we start from the angle of, yes, this is something that's really important to your overall well-being, but we want you to enjoy it. We want you to have fun while you do it as well. So what about creating projects around food, creating something healthy and nourishing that they can enjoy? Or when you're traveling, planning ahead so that you don't come to a place where last minute you have to improvise with anything you find, which most times it's not particularly the most healthy option. So some little steps here and there will go a long way to have conversations that are educational, that are positive, and have the right impact on children. Finally, I think it's important for children to know why. Rather than inform them about what you're doing and what you want them to do or what they should be eating, help them understand why those choices matter, educating them and bringing in the science behind some of the choices that they make and how those choices influence their health or impact their health overall. Those are some angles we could take when it comes to conversation around food and health.
So let me throw out some examples. So, there's holidays, of course, candy canes, chocolates, casseroles, pies, cakes, eggnog, all things that are probably not the healthiest for us, but we love them. Our kids really love them. If those sweets and cookies, by the way, how do we manage that aspect to the holidays? We got people coming in from out of town, people coming in, bringing in cakes of their own to be a part of the holiday feast. I mean, how do we tell our kids, hey, wait a second. Don't have all those cookies. Don't have all those candies, chocolates, that sort of thing. What's the best way to combat that in the moment?
Right. So as a parent myself, that's some questions I've had to ask. And I remember one day I was talking to my son about this, and he said something very interesting. He said, parents should not provide what they don't want their kids to eat. And when I think about the holidays, I've seen different videos, short videos of people creating healthy delicacies with their children. There was one particular one, it was a Christmas tree made out of strawberries, grapes, and carrots. And it looked so pretty. That's an example of a small project people can do with their kids. So instead of buying so much candy, so much cookies, and having to tell them, oh, have a few of those, have little of this, how about creating a new tradition and bringing something that is really nourishing to the table in the form of a project and working on it together. So an example is the one I just talked about, of parents creating a Christmas tree out of different types of fruit that the kids love. And you can even ask the kids to pick the fruits, some of their favorite fruits, pick it up and let's do this together. Or about making cookies, and let's see how we can reduce the amount of this and amount of this. Let's work on this project together. Let's see what we come up with. It's an activity that they get curious about, they get excited about. And when they make something, they're part of making something, they want to try it, they're excited to try it. So it's a gradual process. It's not a one-time thing, but it's a gradual process of moving from what used to be or what is now to what we really want it to be. And if we know and we're so convinced about how important our choices impact our overall well-being and our overall health, then we'll start making those steps today. It could be baby steps, but they all add up over time. So that's one way we can approach what you were just talking about.
I like those. I like that idea. Nice projects, that are healthier. What about the language with your children? I know that the language, you said a little bit of mental health off the top of our discussion, but I would think language is key to making sure that kids, have that healthy mindset, when they think about the holidays.
Sure. I believe that language is very, very important. And there are different ways in which we can approach this. One of the things that are being communicated from academic communities and even with pediatricians, been talking about all this, all the dynamics around obesity today, is making sure that when you communicate with children, we come in from a very positive angle. And of course, when you want to talk about food, we could say, oh, that food is terrible, or that food is, you just explain and talk about how terrible the food is. But we can also come up with a conversation and say, oh, I tried this yesterday and it was really, really good. Do you want to try it? It's still trying to knock them away from what they love eating and try to bring their attention to what you want them to eat without having to talk down or make a negative association with what they love for it.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Julia?
Yes, I just believe that when we think about ourselves and we think about our health, it's important to think deeply about what we're nourishing ourselves with, because whatever we put into our bodies overall influences our health outcomes, not just on the short term, it influences our health outcomes on the long term. So it's very important for people to be very intentional about how they're nourishing their body every single day. Just think about it. Every time you sit down to meal, whether it's during the holidays or after the holidays or even before the holidays, thinking about every single thing you feed yourself with. Am I adding value to myself every single day? Am I nourishing myself every single day? That's one thought I want to leave people with today.
Okay, Julia Olaronju, we really appreciate the conversation. Very important conversation to have this time of year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is a live picture from the U.S. Supreme Court here. This is where late Justice Sandra Day O'Connor is being honored here at a Supreme Court ceremony. She was the first female Supreme Court justice. She died earlier this month, December 1st. She was 93 years old, and she will lie in repose at the court, with the public being able to pay respects here one day before her funeral. So again, that is the body of Sandra Day O'Connor being honored today at the U.S. Supreme Court. And then something else just to kind of get you in the mood for the holidays, 1 week out before Christmas. That is the Rockefeller Christmas tree, a live picture there as people are ice skating below, and the lights certainly aglow on this Monday morning, 7 days before Christmas. Let's talk more about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's going to be a chilly day, but also seasonable for this time of the year. But you're going to notice a bit of a wind-driven chill that's going to come along with the sunshine across the Mid-South. While we get back to our seasonable averages in the lower 50s this afternoon, add in a northwesterly breeze that's going to be gusting around, say, 30 miles per hour this afternoon. It's going to feel a little bit more bracing, so something to be cognizant of as you're heading out and about. Grab a jacket, keep it handy, and keep the sunglasses as well. But I will tell you, at first alert to a big blast of cold air. This is the beginning of it moving through the area as a cold front moves through the region. Of course, the colder air dumping southward. A hard freeze likely here tonight with lows between 20 and 28 degrees when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Notice the lows in the lower 20s in places like Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Bolivar, Toone, as well as Whiteville, Somerville, down towards Williston. 25 in Holly Springs, Oxford down to 25, as well as in Ripley. I think there will be some colder pockets in through here. They'll probably be down closer to like 22, 23 degrees. So you get the idea that there will be some cooler air definitely in place. Probably one of the coldest mornings that we've seen in a very long time, and probably one of the coldest mornings that we'll see for a very long time moving forward. So a reminder, because of the cold temperatures that we're going to have here tonight, just a reminder to check in on folks who may not have adequate access to warmth. Make sure your pets are brought inside or have adequate warmth to make it through this evening. Then, of course, if you have any plans, bring it inside, cover it up. And then pipes, if you have any exposed piping, especially in areas like Covington, Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, more than likely you want to cover them up. If you've got some bad insulation in your home, you may want to open up the cabinetry at your house and have a drip going as well. But once we get past this, again, there's improvement on the way. So again, temperatures today 40s and 50s for highs. That's right close to average for this time of the year. Deep down into the 20s to wake up tomorrow morning. And we'll manage a high in the 40s by the afternoon hours for your Tuesday. Lots of sunshine. A few passing clouds will start to roll in here. I think the clouds become more dominant, though, as we head into your Wednesday. And that leads us up into a milder stretch that will start to roll into the area as south winds begin to take hold. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 52 for today, deep into the 20s tonight. In the city, 26, but again, outlying areas, lower 20s to start off early on your Tuesday morning, only managing a high of the upper 40s. But it's upper 50s by Wednesday, near 60 by Thursday as clouds begin to thicken up and eventually rain chances to roll in here. If you remember last year's Christmas, deep into the single digits for lows. Nowhere near close to that. By the time we head into Christmas Eve, we're looking at scattered showers rolling into the region. Highs in the lower 60s, lows in the 50s.
Okay, over the weekend, we heard from leaders with the Memphis Police Athletics League during the Youth Ceasefire Summit. Parents brought their kids, some in elementary school, others were teens, to learn about the dangers associated with gun violence and its lasting effects. Memphis Police Athletic League Executive Director Craig Little says he plans to hold more events like these in the future. All right, lawmakers from across the country made it to D.C. In a meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris. They were a part of the new Safer States initiative designed to combat gun violence at the state level. Representative Justin J. Pearson of Memphis said it was important for both sides of the aisle to fight against gun violence. 1 week ago, 6 people were killed in a deadly tornado outbreak across Middle Tennessee. Cities like Clarksville, Madison, and Hendersonville are still cleaning up from all the debris. This is what we saw in Hendersonville, where people from across Sumner County came together to clean up the city. Leaders say more than 600 volunteers came out, and they're proud of the way everyone is chipping in for their neighbors. If you want to help, United Way of Sumner County has a disaster relief fund for the victims. And we're following potential protests ahead of the first after-school Satan Club at Chimney Rock Elementary School. Plans were announced last week about this happening when the new semester starts in January. Protesters are expected to come from both Texas and California, and there's expected to be some local ones as well. The Satanic Temple is a federally recognized nonprofit, and so Memphis City school leaders say they're respecting the group's First Amendment right. Memphis Shelby County Schools looking ahead to tomorrow. That's where the school board are expected board members rather. They're expected to select the top 3 candidates for the next superintendent. We got a first look last Friday at 5 semifinalists interviewed by school board members. They come from Atlanta, Detroit, and from Memphis. Memphis City Council members are expected to vote on the future of Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium earlier this month. City leaders discussed a proposal that would provide major funding for the stadium, as well as transferring the ownership of the stadium to the University of Memphis's auxiliary services. Councilman J.B. Smiley also proposed a resolution to add board seats to the U of M's auxiliary board if the stadium is transferred. If the transfer doesn't happen, $50 million from the Smith Family Foundation could be pulled. That money is set to be used for renovations, along with $120 million from the state funding and another $50 million raised by the university that would cover the costs of renovations to that stadium. Also happening later today, we're expected to hear from state leaders with the Tennessee Department of Transportation that will share their 10-year project plan. It'll focus on upcoming and planned projects in Shelby County and across the state. The plan will also address the development of choice lanes. They're kind of like HOV lanes you see in other states, and the state wants to charge people to drive in those lanes. We are in the holiday spirit, certainly. I mean, heck, we got 19 days until Christmas, and I'm wearing my candy cane tie because we're talking to Jennifer Chandler, who's going to be talking about all kinds of festive, fun things we can do to really get in the holiday spirit, or at least get our taste buds in the holiday spirit. Right, Jennifer? Good morning.
I am, and I wore my red shirt for the same reason, to be in the holiday spirit. I just couldn't find my Santa Claus earrings this morning. Next time. So we're going to talk about holiday things going on around town, and there's so many things happening at Memphis area restaurants to put you in the festive mode. So the first one we're going to talk about is the Nutcracker Ballet. So we all know that this is the ballet, and it's such a wonderful Memphis tradition, but Dinstall's Candy has a special promotion, and they've gotten behind the new, the Dinstall's this year. They have this new Nutcracker candy bar that they're selling, and it has a golden ticket in it. And if you win the golden ticket, you happen to get 2 tickets to go see the Nutcracker, which should be really cool this year because they redid the set, and I have not seen it yet, but from what I understand, there's so much more to have to do with like the sugar plum fairies and all the candy that's related to this event. And if you purchase one of these candy bars, 20% of the sales price will be donated back to Ballet Memphis, which is kind of a really, really cool thing. So it adds a little fun chocolate sweet twist to going to see the Nutcracker this year. Speaking of candy, next on my list is the Gingerbread House that display that they do every year at the Peabody Hotel. This has been a tradition for years now, and it is such a wonderful thing. And this is free for the family. It'll be up until after Christmas Day, and anyone can go. And I have a list here, and I have to look to make sure I get the numbers right. I have all the stats in my story now about the commercial appeal, but 200 pounds of powdered sugar, 100 pounds of flour, 20 pounds of candy. That's some of all of the craziness that went into building this. And this is an interesting story about this tradition. So actually, probably as soon as it comes down at the beginning of the year, Conrad Spitzhart, who is the executive pastry chef at the Peabody Hotel, and his staff will start brainstorming about what they will be doing the following year for Christmas, or that coming year for Christmas. And they actually start putting this together in the summertime. They start making the gingerbread and baking it off, and start making some of the decorations that can hold, because they do this all kind of as on their spare time in between when they're cooking for the restaurants and special events, is when all of this magic happens. So it takes a long time. And if you ever happen to be in the Peabody the week of Thanksgiving, like that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can catch them in action building this, because it is built and ready to go on that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and ready to go by Thanksgiving and when they have their tree lighting. And one of the things that I like to do is I like to take the family, I like to time it around one of the duck marches, and so that we can see that and have the true Memphis experience. And then maybe for the kids, we get some of their hot chocolate, and for the adults, get a cocktail and sit in the that gorgeous lobby. There's a reason it's called the South Grandis Hotel, and enjoy all the decorations. So that's a fun activity you can do for free that's family friendly. Next on my list is one that is for those 21 and up. The Miracle Pop-Up Bar is happening at the liquor store. And this is something they've been doing for a number of years. I wish I should have looked up the number of years they've actually done it. I think it's maybe like 4, could be 5. And so Miracle is a pop-up bar concept that happens around the country. They provide basically this really cool and kitschy drinkware and some recipes, and just kind of put a restaurant into a festive spirit. But part of the deal is, if you're part of this, the restaurant has to go over the top with decorations. And you can see in this photo this great picture of how beautiful the bar looked last year at the liquor store. The decorations are up now. I don't have a current picture of what they did this year, but again, over the top. They just are doing it at their Broad Avenue location. And some of the drinks are like, they have fun names. It's like Elfin' Around is one, and Christmas Cricket. There was one last year, I think, called Santa Got Run Over by a Reindeer, or Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. I don't know which one, but it's always just so much fun to do, and to go meet some friends for cocktails and drink and feel very, very festive. And I will also point out that Magnolia in May is doing something similar this year that is, but it's their own original Christmas themed month. They have decorated their restaurant. They also have some fun Christmas related bar drinks and some menu items as well. So those are 2 opportunities to go have some fun with your adult friends and enjoy a fun holiday inspired cocktail. Next on my list, the Majestic Grill. I dare to say, I don't know if there is a restaurant in Memphis that embraces the holidays more than the Majestic Grill does that restaurant downtown. I mean, Denny and Patrick Riley, who are the owners, go over the top with several events. They've already had some this past weekend, but coming up on December 12th is Clark's annual Christmas party. And this is so much fun. I mean, it's the Griswolds in full action. And they actually play National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation on the movie screen. So you go, and they have a couple of seatings, and you sit down, and while you're enjoying your meal, you get to watch the movie. There is ugly sweater contest. There's a special Griswold menu items. So it is a lot of fun. And actually, speaking about that, movies is all season long. The Majestic Grill will be playing Christmas music and having Christmas movies playing on the big screen. I don't know if many people realize that building that they're in was once a theater. It's a very historic building. And so when they moved in, and created their restaurant, they embraced some of that and put a big movie screen in so they could do fun events like this. Also coming at the Majestic Grill is Brunch with Santa on December 16th. That's a family-friendly event, obviously. Denny Riley described it as not a buffet, more like a Disney type buffet for kids. I mean, not buffet, Disney type brunch for kids. So what they will do is they will have different characters coming around and visiting your table, as well as Santa and Mrs. Santa, Mrs. Claus as well. And lastly, one other thing they're doing is they have doing a Cameretta Christmas on December 13th, which is an opera group here in Memphis, and they will be singing Christmas carols from the balcony while you're dining on December 13th. And then last on my list, Muddy's Bake Shop is doing cooking classes. So on this weekend on December 9th, you can learn how to make their Santa Baby cupcakes, which are my favorite. They're chocolate cupcakes with peppermint icing. That'll be a fun one. They also have a cookie workshop that is kind of a very intensive one. It's many hours. They call it a full day workshop. It's not a full day, but it's a big part of your day. They're doing that twice. This month, they're doing it on December 9th and December 16th. I will say also, if you want to do something for the kids, on December 9th, 17 Berkshire is doing a cookie decorating class, which should be a lot of fun. And this picture, they actually had this past weekend in conjunction with the Nutcracker, they did an event where they had Sugar Plum Fairy cupcakes, and they had this pink peppermint hot chocolate with homemade marshmallows, which is something you can get all the time there. So this picture is from 17 Berkshire and what they did this past weekend. But again, you can head there and go, and I will give them another shout out. Most of their activities are happening at their original location in Overton Square, but they do have a pop-up going on right now in Saddle Creek that you can check out as well. So as you can see from this list, there is really something for everyone in the family. Every activity, kid friendly, adult friendly, free, things you can learn at. There's a lot you can do this month to keep yourself in the festive spirit, thanks to our great Memphis restaurants.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one of the Douglas traditions is always to go to the Peabody, take pictures with the family in front of the tree, check out the gingerbread house, that sort of thing. Jennifer, what about your family? Do you do any fun holiday traditions around town?
So we do. We always try to do something a little bit different. And I will tell you that going to the Peabody is definitely one. I'm the only one of my siblings that lives here in Memphis. And so we always try to do something kind of fun. And I will tell you one thing that we did one year that was just a ton of fun is we went and we were there for the 5 o'clock, the evening duck march, saw that, while we were enjoying that, we'd gotten there early. So we could look at all the decorations, and the kids got hot chocolate and we got cocktails, and then we left there, and then we went and had dinner at the Rendezvous, and then we came back, and then we kind of walked around downtown Memphis, like the Peabody, and kind of saw also on Main Street the Christmas tree they have there, so we could see the decorations. And then we left, and because it was a little chilly out, and we went bowling at the Bass Pro Shop. And that was one of the funnest nights that we've had as a family together. So I always try to do something a little bit Memphis-y when my family comes in town, because we all grew up here, but Memphis has changed so much since they lived here. And there's so many cool things to do. So I'm kind of brainstorming right now about what I'm going to be doing when my family comes in town this year. But it might include one of these activities.
I love it. I love it. Jennifer Chandler peeling back the curtain so we can understand what she does for fun, and it's all about Memphis. Jennifer, thanks so much. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to you and your family.
Happy holidays to you too.
Right now, I want to talk about 2023 and the year that was when it comes to Google searches. We learned so much about what has happened over the past year when you think about Google and the searches that we all made throughout the months leading up to December here. I'm joined now by Alex Joseph. He is a Google Trends expert. He's joining us on the digital desk to kind of go through those search lists to reveal some of the trends that fascinated the world of 2023. Alex, good morning to you. Tell us what, you guys see all this stuff all the time. You guys deal with all kinds of analytics. You see all this data. What fascinated you the most when you were looking at some of these trends for the last month, the last few months, the last year?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. We'll start with the news category. One thing that was pretty shocking to me, but really interesting, was that we saw extreme weather events were 5 of the top 10 news stories this year for people searching in the United States. This was hurricanes and wildfires. But what's interesting is people were coming to Google not just to search for news about those events, but we also saw them searching for ways to prepare, ways to recover, and ways to help other people. And so that how can they donate, how can they give back during these natural disasters.
Yeah, and even outside of the news category, Alex, you can see where the various headlines went. I mean, looking at some of the top athletes, Damar Hamlin and his cardiac situation that happened on the field, that certainly made a lot of headlines. The people, like people who have passed, Matthew Perry, that wasn't that long ago. Of course, that was a big searcher, and it certainly made a ton of headlines as well. Something else that I thought was interesting is the books list. Because that doesn't get all that much play. What do you think influences that the most?
Yeah, I think a lot of people come to Google not just to find information, but actually to do some comparison shopping, right? And to find out where they can purchase something nearby, where the best price is. So right from within Google search results, you can figure out where you can buy something day of, how close it is, pick it up. And so I think that's one of the things people look for when they're looking for a book, is sometimes they just want to get their hands on it quickly. Also, we saw some crossover events. So, for example, Red, White, and Royal Blue was a fun kind of beach pulp read, but it also had an Amazon miniseries movie event that tied into it. So people were not only searching for the book, but searching more about the movie itself.
I love the how often category. That seems to be relatively new, where we're talking about people searching how often and then whatever else comes next. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? How often is the World Baseball Classic? How often is a blue moon? How often is Punxsutawney Phil correct?
Well, and this is something we see people search for these queries about news events that happen routinely, right? Again, so how often is a full moon? How often is the blue moon? What was really funny this year was this: how often do people think about the Roman Empire? It was actually a viral trend where women would ask their boyfriend how often they think about the Roman Empire, and their boyfriends would say, I think about it every day. And so it became this what is your Roman Empire trend of people saying, what is that thing that you think about every single day that might reveal a little bit more about your personality, your friends, your loved ones, your family? What is their Roman Empire? And it became something that just captured popular imagination. It was actually a skit on SNL where there was a parody of just how much men think about the Roman Empire, apparently.
That's wild. Wow. Google Trends and searches going to SNL. Pretty cool stuff. Looking at the recipe ones, okay, you think, apple pie and, pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving. No, like, these are the weirdest lists I've ever seen. Grimace shake, lasagna soup, chicken cobbler, black cake, cowboy butter, Brazilian lemonade, cottage cheese ice cream. Alex, what's happening?
And this is something that we're seeing a little bit of internet culture bleeding into just our popular culture, right? So, for example, Grimace shake was a item that McDonald's put on their menu this year. It was purple, it was berry, it was full of sugar. And people would film themselves going and having a Grimace shake and having kind of like crazy reactions, full of energy to them. And it became a viral meme. Well, when McDonald's no longer was offering a Grimace shake, people started turning to Google to say, what's the recipe for a Grimace shake? I want to have one of these. And it became the #1 most searched for recipe this year. Similarly, Black Cake is a book. It was made into a movie and series that's streaming on TV right now, and it's a recipe. So we saw people kind of seeing a lot of crossover, and that's what propelled that up to one of the top searches.
Yeah, so Alex, memes are a part of our culture as well, and you have a whole category of memes. Kevin James, Ohio, Police Girl, Folding Chair, Smurf Cat, the Waffle House new host. Some interesting ones there.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like this is just like one of the fun things that you get to learn more about what just kind of captures our imagination. For example, Kevin James obviously is from King of Queens. This is a show that hasn't been on the air for quite a while, but there's just a meme of him kind of like shirking in a corner with shrugging his shoulders, looking a little pensive. And people started using that as a way to describe the way they were feeling. They were sending it back and forth over text messages, but people were searching for this image because they wanted to use it in their conversation in a way to express themselves. So it became the #1 search for meme on all of Google.
Yeah, that is cool. Before we let you go, anything else, Alex, that you thought was a little bit out of the ordinary or extraordinary?
Well, one of the things we did that was extraordinary this year is it's our 25th birthday at Google. So we looked at the past 25 years and said, what are the most searched for of all 25 years? Normally we're looking at a breakout search. So what is searched for in 1 year more than it was in the past, years before it? But someone like Taylor Swift is popular every single year. And so she sometimes doesn't make the list, but she is, the most searched for songwriter of all time on Google. We looked at the most searched for athlete of all time in the last 25 years that we've been around was Cristiano Ronaldo. Boy bands and girl bands, K-pop dominated. So BTS and Blackpink, they were the most searched for. You can find all of these and more at yearinsearch.google, where you can see these all-time high searches.
I love that. I love that. People can check it out for themselves, certainly. Alex Joseph, really appreciate you breaking down the list for us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's going to be a chilly day, but also seasonable for this time of the year. But you're going to notice a bit of a wind-driven chill that's going to come along with the sunshine across the Mid-South. While we get back to our seasonable averages in the lower 50s this afternoon, add in a northwesterly breeze that's going to be gusting around, say, 30 miles per hour this afternoon. It's going to feel a little bit more bracing, so something to be cognizant of as you're heading out and about. Grab a jacket, keep it handy, and keep the sunglasses as well. But I will tell you, at first alert to a big blast of cold air. This is the beginning of it moving through the area as a cold front moves through the region. Of course, the colder air dumping southward. A hard freeze likely here tonight with lows between 20 and 28 degrees when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Notice the lows in the lower 20s in places like Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Bolivar, Toone, as well as Whiteville, Somerville, down towards Williston. 25 in Holly Springs, Oxford down to 25, as well as in Ripley. I think there will be some colder pockets in through here that'll probably down closer to like 22, 23 degrees. So you get the idea that there will be some cooler air definitely in place. Probably one of the coldest mornings that we've seen in a very long time, and probably one of the coldest mornings that we'll see for a very long time moving forward. So a reminder, because of the cold temperatures that we're going to have here tonight, just a reminder to check in on folks who may not have adequate access to warmth. Make sure your pets are brought inside or have adequate warmth to make it through this evening. Then, of course, if you have any plans, bring it inside, cover it up. And then pipes, if you have any exposed piping, especially in areas like Covington, Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, more than likely you want to cover them up. If you've got some bad insulation in your home, you may want to open up the cabinetry at your house and have a drip going as well. But once we get past this, again, there's improvement on the way. So again, temperatures today 40s and 50s for highs. That's right close to average for this time of the year. Deep down into the 20s as we wake up tomorrow morning, and we'll manage a high in the 40s by the afternoon hours for your Tuesday. Lots of sunshine. A few passing clouds will start to roll in here. I think the clouds become more dominant though as we head into your Wednesday, and that leads us up into a milder stretch that will start to roll into the area as south winds begin to take hold. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 52 for today, deep into the 20s tonight. In the city, 26, but again, outlying areas, lower 20s to start off early on your Tuesday morning, only managing a high of the upper 40s. But it's upper 50s by Wednesday, near 60 by Thursday as clouds begin to thicken up and eventually rain chances to roll in here. If you remember last year's Christmas, deep into the single digits for lows. Nowhere near close to that. By the time we head into Christmas Eve, we're looking at scattered showers rolling into the region. Highs in the lower 60s, lows in the 50s.
All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, we hear about all these weight loss drugs, different things we see on social media, or you can hear celebrities talking about it, the discussion about Wegovy, perhaps, or Saxenda. But are these medications, are these drugs really magic for weight loss, and are they safe as well? Let's bring in someone to help us kind of decipher what's good, what's not, and what we should be doing when it comes to weight loss. I'm joined now by a bariatric physician, Dr. Leigh Daigle. She is with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Dr. Daigle, thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. So what can you say right off the bat when it comes to these weight loss drugs? I know some people in our newsroom, as a matter of fact, that are on Wegovy. Are these things safe? And what would you say to a prospective patient out there?
So yes, for the most part, they are safe. Just like with any medications, there are potential side effects. And so that needs to be discussed. There are medication interactions that need to be considered. So that needs to be decided on with the patient and their physician, or weight management specialist either. They are safe. They are used in conjunction with healthy eating habits and active lifestyle changes. So alone without diet and exercise, they are not as effective. So I wouldn't say that they're magic, but they are great tools to use in addition to lifestyle changes.
Okay, does that include Ozempic? I mean, I hear that's another one that people like to take.
Yes, so Wegovy is FDA approved for weight management. That's semaglutide. Ozempic is the same drug, but it's approved for diabetes.
I got you. Okay. All right. And so you said, okay, these are okay, but you have to consider, your diet and your lifestyle. Let's talk about that aspect of this equation when it comes to weight loss and doing it in a healthy way. Let's talk about the proper diet for taking those kinds of medication, if in fact someone wants to do that.
So one of the things that those medications do is they do slow transit down through the stomach. So food stays in the stomach longer than it normally would. So smaller meals are better so that you minimize reflux and nausea. Obviously lower calorie diets are going to result in weight loss. Anything that's too extreme is hard to stick to long term, so it may not be the best for weight management. Fruits and vegetables, unprocessed foods, I usually tell people as naturally as you can eat it, the better. You want to do things that are organic when able. Those tend to be a little bit more expensive. And then the recommendation for activity is you want to do a minimum of 150 minutes a week of moderate to strenuous activity. That has different meanings for different people depending on what your activity level is currently when you start. But that's the recommended exercise criteria as far as minutes per week.
Let me ask you this, doctor. What happens if someone, is on Wegovy, they lose a bunch of weight, and then they go off of it? I know that there's some people that are concerned that once you go off of these weight loss medications, that the weight comes right back. Is that something that can happen, and maybe there's some more effective ways to keep it off?
Yeah, so anytime you do any lifestyle, including medication, changes for weight loss, it needs to be something that you can maintain. So, excuse me, if you come off of the drugs and you're not keeping up with the healthy habits that helped get you to that weight loss threshold that you met, then yeah, there is potential for weight regain. So you want to make sure that any changes that you do during the weight loss process are things that you can do long term to maintain. Some people do need drugs long term, so that is a possibility. These drugs are also meant that they can be continued for weight management, and so not just for weight loss, but for maintaining the weight that's been lost. So if it's for some people, weight is very heavily genetic, and so if they've struggled with weight and everyone in their family has struggled with weight outside of diet and exercise changes, that if they already eat pretty healthy and they exercise pretty much the way that they're supposed to, but they still can't maintain a healthy weight, then they could be candidates for long-term medication therapy.
What else can we talk about with regards to this? I mean, we're smack dab in the holiday season. People tend to overindulge themselves, overeat, that sort of thing. And let's say January 1st comes around, they want to work out more, they want to eat healthy, they want to put off that weight. What's your best advice for so much of the population that just wants to do a little bit of that, maybe lose that excess, 10, 15 pounds?
The first thing I usually tell them is, why are you waiting? Why don't you go ahead? Don't wait till January 1st. Go ahead and start now. They don't have to be big changes. You don't have to throw out all the food in your pantry and start from scratch. Little bitty steps make a lot of progress long term. So increasing your steps from 5,000 a day to 7,500 a day. That's a small step that you can do, and you don't have to wait till January 1. Make it fun. Do things that you enjoy doing. If you do not like going to a gym, you're not going to stay going to a gym. So do things that you like, that fit into your life, that work for you.
Anything else you want to add, Dr. Daigle, before we let you go? This has been great. I appreciate you joining us here.
As with anything, talk to your physician, talk to people that know your medications, that know your specific case, because it needs to be decided on a case-by-case basis. These medications are not right for everybody.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, listen, Dr. Lee Daigle with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, we really appreciate your help with all this, just kind of deciphering between fact and fiction. Thanks so very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, thank you. Another live look from our camera in New York City. Look at that. That is a beautiful shot of the Rockefeller Christmas tree, and then people ice skating there in Lower Manhattan. Now another live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis. Gorgeous on a Monday, 45 degrees, 9:39. Back in 60 seconds. Okay, it is that time of year. We're talking about all things holidays. We're in the holiday spirit, the holiday season. Unfortunately, there are some Grinches out there that want to steal that holiday spirit. We're talking about people who like to mess with your packages when it's delivered there on your doorstep. Those are commonly referred to as porch pirates. And we are joined now at the Action News 5 digital desk by Rebecca Edwards. She is a safety expert with Safewise.com. And she's going to talk to us about porch pirates. Rebecca, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. So, how bad is the porch pirates problem? A lot of alliteration here from Anxious Anchors, Paste, and Power Post. Where is it the worst, and where does Memphis come down?
Yeah, so porch piracy, unfortunately, is on the rise everywhere. And there's just no signs that these porch pirates are interested in slowing down. The more we shop online, the more opportunity they have to nab those packages. We looked at major metros across the country to find out where this is happening the most and where it's happening the least. The good news is, I don't know if it's Memphis did not do an FBI report, so I don't have stats for Memphis specifically. But Nashville did show up as one of the least likely places for porch pirates. And we tend to see trends across states. So like Florida is a pretty safe state. There aren't a lot of hot porch pirate pockets there. I'm alliterating now too. And California has 3 cities on there that are highly prone to package theft. San Francisco's #1 for the 3rd time on our list. So I feel like Tennessee might be a little bit safer than some of those other states out there.
I don't know. We've done a plenty of stories out here, Rebecca. It's unfortunate that the FBI haven't reported numbers of Memphis and some of the issues, but we do stories all the time about porch pirates messing around with people's packages and that sort of thing. Even with these Ring cameras that everybody has, Rebecca, it's still an issue. It's still a problem. It doesn't feel like it's really deterring people away from doing this. What do we do?
Yeah, people are getting a little bit smarter about package theft and getting more proactive. But unfortunately, as you said, those porch pirates are getting bolder. We've all seen those clips where they notice the doorbell camera and they just pull their hat down, lower on their face, grab the package and run away anyway. And so what we really like to encourage people at Safewise is to get involved proactively. Don't react after your package already got stolen. Try to do things in advance so that it's not going to happen in the first place. Some of the best things that people can do are change the way you're receiving your packages. So get delivery alerts so that you know when a package is on its way and you know right when it's been dropped at your porch. You can also request a signature upon receipt so that they have to put that package in your hands instead of just leave it on the porch for whoever is going to come by. And we also really like to encourage proactive technology. So like we talked about, your basic doorbell camera is not really preventative anymore. But Vivint Smart Home, who we teamed up with on this report this year, has come up with a more proactive outdoor camera. Their doorbell cam and their outdoor cam have whistles. They whistle when the perpetrator approaches. They have pre-recorded messages that can say, "Hey you," or "Go away." They have lights that flash and have a strobing effect. And what we're seeing in clips where these cameras are in place is they kind of freeze in their tracks and then they take off without stealing the package, which is the ultimate goal.
Ooh, that's good. I like that. Where the Ring camera actually, or I shouldn't say Ring because there's different cameras. Doorbell camera alerts people with a voice and says, "Hey, get out of here," or whatever. What kind of trends are you seeing in the suburbs compared to urban areas?
Suburbs do tend to be a little bit more popular for porch pirates because they're kind of built for package thieves. You've got houses all in a nice little row, and they're close to the street. So it's easy to see the porches. It's easy to identify places where packages are being left unattended. And homes that are within 25 feet of the street are the ones that are hit most often because it's easy in and easy getaway. And so those are some things that can make the suburbs a really fertile hunting ground for package thieves.
Okay, so Rebecca, we talked about people having a recording that say, "Stop, don't go anywhere near this," or whatever you want to record.
Yeah.
How do we set up a community safety plan or a home safety plan?
Yeah, one of the interesting things, about 50% of the people we talked to who had had a package stolen this year did reach out to their neighbors to join together to try to make their neighborhood less tempting for porch pirates. Some of the things that people are doing, they're finding out if there are any folks that tend to stay home during the day. One thing that happens in suburban neighborhoods is people are commuting out during the day for school and work, and so places are empty and unobserved. If there's someone in the neighborhood that is home, they can be kind of like a neighborhood captain, where they can grab a package off your porch for you if it's going to be out there for a couple hours, or maybe even receive the deliveries. So you just have to pop over to the neighbors after work instead of, drive out to the FedEx depot or whatever. We also see neighbors using neighborhood apps like Nextdoor and the Ring Neighbors app, which you don't need a Ring camera to use, actually. And these apps are a great way to alert people if you are seeing packages stolen in your neighborhood. Alert each other of suspicious behavior, share any footage that you have, and also even, create like a little DM group where you can, text Sally if you've got a delivery but you won't be home for 2 hours and she's around the corner, she can come pick it up for you.
There's also FedEx has agreements with Walgreens and some of the other areas, FedEx offices, where you can drop off your package there if you're at work or whatever, and then pick it up on your way home. Those are, I would think, those would be some great options for people out there. Where else can people go for information on just how to not be a target or a victim of porch pirates?
Yeah, at safewise.com, we have tons of tips and advice and strategies that you can employ, and we have our full listing of all the cities where porch pirates are most proactive.
I gotcha. All right, Rebecca Edwards, safety expert at safewise.com. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The Illusionist, the magic of the holidays, arriving at Orpheum Theater later this month, December 28th and 29th. 'Tis the season for Illusionists, okay? So this is an all-new installment of the world-famous blockbuster touring magical spectacle, The Illusionist, from various producers, Simon Painter, Cirque du Soleil, Magic Space Entertainment. This is a U.S. tour that's coming to Memphis. It's based off the Broadway production, and it's headed more than 20 cities this holiday season. Joining me now is Kevin James, one of the Illusionists on the digital desk. Kevin, good morning to you. Tell us about this show. I'm intrigued by the video there.
It's a big, beautifully produced, fun magic show for the whole family. It's a very smart show. It's not what you would consider a kid's show, but absolutely kids can see it and enjoy it and love it. It's a great show for everyone of all ages, actually. And it's full of surprises, and it's got 5 magicians from different parts of the planet, and they're all at the top of their game, and they're all doing their best material. So instead of being just one magician, and you kind of have the same vibe for 2 hours, it's like a big smorgasbord. Everybody's got their own specialty and their own style. So and we kind of tag team, and we do some combination routines where we're all on stage at the same time, and we're out in the audience, and it's kind of very interactive. It's a blast.
I see you in the center of that picture there. Tell us what your official title is in all this, Kevin.
So when the producers first put the show together, they said, we want you to have a moniker. So imagine yourself if you were a superhero. What would your superpower be? And I said, well, I invent all my own illusions. I create my own material. So I think I'm going to be the inventor. So that's that's the character I play in the show. But we have the showman, and we have the mentalist, and the manipulator, and so and we have magicians that are world class, award winners from England and from South Korea and from Las Vegas, and so it's really a great show.
It sounds like it. So so how does one become an illusionist? Tell us your background.
I just loved it when I was a kid and just started doing it. I knew that giving the audience, or giving people that sense of wonder that I felt, when I experienced magic, I saw a magician in my elementary school and just fell in love with it. And forget being an astronaut, I wanted to be a magician and just make people feel great. And that making adults feel like a kid again it's a very important job. We take it very seriously.
So how interactive is the show? Oftentimes they'll call people up on stage and do different things. Is that the kind of show we're expecting to see at the Orpheum?
Well, there is a lot of that, but the great part is that it keeps the show fresh for us. You never know what people are going to say or do. It's always different, and being part of the show, people just love it. I asked for a young person to help me in the show. Like 50 hands fly up, and kids are jumping out of their seat. Pick me. So it's really an amazing show, and we do invite a lot of people on stage, but it's I have to tell you something. A little spoiler alert. At the very end of the show, I ask for a lot of kids to come up on stage to help with one very special routine, and it's very nostalgic. It's from my own childhood, a memory I had when I was a kid, when I first saw snowfall, and it's really a special moment, and it's a very Christmassy moment too.
I love it. I love it. It sounds like a great holiday special. So I understand that through the power of the Action News 5 digital desk, you are going to give us maybe a little demo of some of the magic. Let's see it.
Well, this is not something that's in the show, but it's something that I can do here in my hotel room out on tour. And it's how I first became interested in magic. Believe it or not, it was my dentist, and he, to kind of calm the kids down in the dental chair, he did a little magic, and he took some dental floss and he tore off, 5 or 6 pieces, and then he rolled them into a little ball. Let's find it here. Let's try to do it. I'll try to use my black shirt as a background here, and so he rolled the little pieces into a tiny little ball. Now you have to understand, I'm like 7 or 8 years old, and I have never seen any magic before in my life. And my dentist finally gets this into a little ball. It's waxed dental floss, so it's supposed to stick together. And takes all these little pieces and sticks them onto this other one little piece like this. So it kind of sticks there because it's waxed. Right? And it's hanging there. And he just blew my mind.
Very good. Kevin James.
Well, it beats a real job, I'll tell you that.
Hey, I love it. Performing magic on the digital desk. Love seeing it. Again, The Illusionist, the magic of the holidays, coming to the Orpheum Theater December 28th and 29th. Great stuff. Kevin, we really appreciate it. And congratulations on the success of the show. It sounds like a great time for the whole family here. Happy holidays to you. I gotta say, before you leave, were there any moments that you ever have come to Memphis and visited our city?
We've been there before with another tour, and I love the food and I love the history. I just I'm a big history buff, so I walked around and saw all the important spots in Memphis and just kind of put on a few pounds while I was there. And I can't wait to come back.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it, Kevin. We can't wait to see you again December 28th and 29th at the Orpheum, The Illusionist. Kevin, really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's going to be a chilly day, but also seasonable for this time of the year. But you're going to notice a bit of a wind-driven chill that's going to come along with the sunshine across the Mid-South. While we get back to our seasonable averages in the lower 50s this afternoon, add in a northwesterly breeze that's going to be gusting around, say, 30 miles per hour this afternoon. It's going to feel a little bit more bracing, so something to be cognizant of as you're heading out and about. Grab a jacket, keep it handy, and keep the sunglasses as well. But I will tell you a first alert to a big blast of cold air. This is the beginning of it moving through the area as a cold front moves through the region. Of course, the colder air dumping southward. A hard freeze likely here tonight with lows between 20 and 28 degrees when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Notice the lows in the lower 20s in places like Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Bolivar, Tune, as well as Whiteville, Somerville, down towards Williston, 25 in Holly Springs, Oxford down to 25, as well as in Ripley. I think there will be some colder pockets in through here. They'll probably be down closer to like 22, 23 degrees. So you get the idea that there will be some cooler air definitely in place. Probably one of the coldest mornings that we've seen in a very long time, and probably one of the coldest mornings that we'll see for a very long time moving forward. So a reminder, because of the cold temperatures that we're going to have here tonight, just a reminder to check in on folks who may not have adequate access to warmth. Make sure your pets are brought inside or have adequate warmth to make it through this evening. Then, of course, if you have any plans, bring it inside, cover it up. And then pipes, if you have any exposed piping, especially in areas like Covington, Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, more than likely you want to cover them up. If you've got some bad insulation in your home, you may want to open up the cabinetry at your house and have a drip going as well. But once we get past this, again, there's improvement on the way. So again, temperatures today 40s and 50s for highs. That's right close to average for this time of the year. Deep down into the 20s as we wake up tomorrow morning. And we'll manage a high in the 40s by the afternoon hours for your Tuesday. Lots of sunshine. A few passing clouds will start to roll in here. I think the clouds become more dominant, though, as we head into your Wednesday. And that leads us up into a milder stretch that will start to roll into the area as south winds begin to take hold. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 52 for today, deep into the 20s tonight. In the city, 26, but again, outlying areas, lower 20s to start off early on your Tuesday morning, only managing a high of the upper 40s. But it's upper 50s by Wednesday, near 60 by Thursday as clouds begin to thicken up and eventually rain chances to roll in here. If you remember last year's Christmas, deep into the single digits for lows. Nowhere near close to that. By the time we head into Christmas Eve, we're looking at scattered showers rolling into the region. Highs in the lower 60s, lows in the 50s.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There are thousands of veterans buried all across the state of Tennessee. Every year, all those gravestones will have a wreath thanks to Wreaths Across America. The group is coordinating wreath-laying ceremonies at more than 3,000 locations across the U.S. each December to honor fallen U.S. veterans. The funding for wreaths is not through federal or state funding, but through your donations. All right, if you still need to ship gifts and you missed the deadline for the U.S. Postal Service and FedEx, there are only a few more days to get it done. UPS recommends packages be shipped out by the 19th, which is tomorrow, for those using 3-day select in order to get the gifts to their destination by December 23rd. Now, I want to direct your eyes to the cover of the latest edition of Memphis Magazine. There it is, an afternoon with Barbara and Pitt Hyde. Certainly big newsmakers, among other things, here in the Memphis and Mid-South community. We got Anna Traverse-Vogel, CEO of Contemporary Media, joining us on the digital desk, back again to talk about the latest edition. You know, Anna, I think my spouse, my wife, stole my copy of the December edition of Memphis Magazine. Haven't had a chance to get my hands on it yet, but I know it's going to be good, and we're going to be talking about this issue. Love the idea, by the way, of Barbara and Pitt Hyde on the cover. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me back on and giving us this opportunity. Yeah, this was a special issue for us and for me, because I decided that I ought to just write the cover story. So I am intimately familiar with its contents. Yeah, I had the opportunity to spend some time with Barbara and Pitt Hyde, getting to know them, getting to know their motivations for all of the work that they've done in Memphis. Of course, their fingerprints are really all over the city in so many ways, some that people may be familiar with, others perhaps less so, and just wanted to get a sense of their backgrounds, their vision, and sort of synthesize everything that that they've touched over the last number of years here. So they were gracious enough to spend some time with me, really diving in deep to really the whole story. And we went out on a downtown photo shoot with them, which was also a lot of fun. So yeah, that's our cover story, sort of give people a better sense of, you know, of course, Pitt Hyde is the founder of AutoZone, but they're also responsible for the Hyde Foundation, which Barbara Hyde leads, and are deeply involved in everything from what will be the Memphis Art Museum to Tom Lee Park to the Civil Rights Museum. So many really integral parts of our community and the places that knit this city together. So we just really wanted to dig in deep.
You know, it's not too often that we see them being interviewed, Anna, and so I'm curious to kind of hear and read, you know, what they had to say to you as you guys took a stroll, and I love the pictures, beautiful pictures. Look like you did the interview on a beautiful day as well. I don't want to give the farm away, but what can the reader gain from this interview? I mean, you're right. His fingerprints and her fingerprints are on so many different aspects of Memphis and the Mid-South. But I guess as someone who writes an article, did you want the reader to come away with something?
Yeah, what I wanted myself to understand, and thus also the reader to understand, is really the why behind the fact that their names are all over this city, and you know, and in some cases their names aren't even there, but their impact is. So what I wanted to understand was what their motivations are and have been for all of their involvements. Of course, there are plenty of people who found very prosperous companies and are perfectly content to live on the largesse that confers, right? But the Hydes have done quite the opposite of that. They have really spent the last number of decades, thinking very strategically about how to build a more unified and stable and prosperous Memphis. And really so much of their work has been locally driven. So that's another, I think, really kind of unique element, is that, you know, they are really trying to funnel the good back into this community. And so that's really what I wanted to understand, and just to get to know, again, as you say, I had the same observation, which is that, of course, these are people whose names I'm very familiar with. I found them to be very approachable and accessible, but they are not in it for, as far as I can tell, the personal glory, right? I mean, they are, I think, genuinely very committed to what the impact and what the results will be. They want measurable positive results in our community, and that seems more important to them than seeing their name in lights. So I was really appreciative of the opportunity to get to know them as human beings, and not just as the names that are engraved on various, important projects.
I love it, and I'm looking forward to reading it. Anna, thank you. Tell me what else you'd like to highlight on the December issue. It's chock full of all kinds of goodies.
Yeah, it sure is. So if, this is a swing into left field, but if you happen to be looking for a dentist, we do have our top dentists list in this issue, always a good resource. We also have a great profile by David Waters of Reverend Cheryl Cornish, who spent 35 years, I believe, at the helm of First Congregational, or First Congo, as we Midtowners tend to call it. It's a really beautiful story, and I think you get to know her, but also get to know the community that she's led through hard times and smooth. Bruce Van Weingarten spent an evening at Bari, drinking some great cocktails and getting to know the folks over there. Really, there's a wealth of good stuff. You may have heard that there's a new gallery open called Sheet Cake that was started by Lauren Kennedy, formerly of the Urban Art Commission. And so that's really exciting. And we had the opportunity to peek over there. So yeah, just so much good stuff in this issue. I really hope people get a chance to take a look.
Another one that caught my eye is a new restaurant, Amelia Jean, downtown. And of course, Sam Chichi, I kid around with him how he has kind of a tough assignment checking out these new restaurants.
Yeah, we really like to make Sam's life difficult by going and making him eat delicious food. He is really a jack of all trades. He writes about business. From time to time, he writes about soccer. And he's also our man on the restaurant scene. But yeah, he had some meals over at Amelia Jean's, brand new, and it's been getting a lot of buzz. I have not yet had the opportunity to try it myself, but the space looks beautiful, and the photography is certainly pretty inviting. So I hope people will get a chance to check that out and certainly read what Sam has to say.
All right, Anna Traverse Vogel, Contemporary Media CEO. We really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about this amazing cover and this amazing magazine, Memphis Magazine. Here you can see Barbara and Pitt Hyde right there on the cover. Anna, we really appreciate your time. Happy holidays to you.
Yeah, and if I may, Andrew, one tiny other thing, just a quick shout out to Houston Cofield. I think I might have mentioned his name earlier, but he shot this cover image and many of the images inside of the hides, and just really top-notch photographer to collaborate with. So really grateful for him.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you again for having me back on, and happy holidays.
Yes, thank you. And I remember Houston was a part of one of the stories not too long ago, about his whole history and stuff. So yeah. I remember that as well. So good to see him back behind the lens once again. Anna, appreciate it. Take care. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The Salvation Army's national commander is sharing how people can help nonprofits that serve vulnerable communities. We all know and that this time of year, the Salvation Army is out in a lot of local places across Memphis and the Mid-South asking for your generous donations. Well, from the Salvation Army, they say nearly 92 million people in the U.S. have had difficulty paying for essential household expenses just in the past week. Let's bring in Commissioner Kenneth Hodder. He's the National Commander of the Salvation Army, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk about why it is so important for people to continue to give throughout the year, especially this holiday season. Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. Thanks for the opportunity. You're absolutely right. It's important for us to remember right now that for many people, particularly the people that the Salvation Army serves, giving is critical right now. In addition to the figure that you've already mentioned, we have to remember that about 44 million Americans are food insecure, and that 7 million of those are children. So if we can together right now come together and say we're going to meet the needs of our community, our neighbors, we'll be stronger for it.
You know, a lot of people know, of course, the Salvation Army. They've heard it for years. They know the bells that are ringing outside. Many of our Kroger stores here in Memphis and the Mid-South have someone there ringing the bell for the red little kettles, I guess you could say. Tell us what the Salvation Army does in 2023 and beyond, because maybe some people don't understand the mission of the Salvation Army.
I understand completely. That's a great question. The mission of the Salvation Army is to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and meet human needs in his name without discrimination. Now, that means we're not a single purpose organization, but that we try to address the whole person. So the Army will do something a little different in every community where it's placed. And we have 7,000 locations serving every zip code. So the Salvation Army will do camps for children. It will do food. It will do shelter. It will do clothing. It will do substance abuse. It will do veterans programs. Whatever the need is, the Salvation Army is designed to address it in a way that is efficient and very powerful.
So, Commander, how can people get involved and support the local Salvation Army and their mission?
There are lots of ways to get involved, and I know that Majors Gillum in Memphis would be delighted to expand their team. They can go to salvationarmyusa.org, find out what's happening in Memphis, and they can not only give, but volunteer. Volunteer to ring at a Christmas kettle, which is a lot of fun to do, to distribute gifts from our Angel Tree program to children, to serve food to those who have no home. There are lots of ways to get involved. It doesn't take a lot of time or a lot of money, and it's very satisfying as well.
Commissioner, it sounds amazing. It sounds very satisfying. What a great mission statement that you have. Is there anything else you'd like to mention to our viewers? We have thousands that join us each and every morning on the digital desk.
Well, we would want to say to anyone who needs help from the Salvation Army, don't hesitate to contact us. We'd love to help if we possibly can. And to all of those who are considering whether or not they'd like to get involved this year as a volunteer or as a donor, please do so, because the Salvation Army is eager to make sure that Memphis and the Mid-South continue to grow and blossom in every way. We have high goals for the coming year. We've served more than 8,000 in the past year, and we want to do more. So please come and join our team.
Commissioner Kenneth Hodder, National Commander of the Salvation Army, thank you for all that you do. Have a blessed and safe holiday season. Merry Christmas to you.
And a very Merry Christmas to you. God bless you.
Talk about the holiday season, the hustle and bustle certainly everywhere we go, no matter if we're shopping for groceries or trying to pick up something to maybe put in the stockings or under the tree. There is a lot of emphasis on getting everything ready for the holiday season, whether it's friends, family coming over, whether you're traveling, the kids, the grandkids, you never know what's happening. And all of that stress can lead to a lot of unhappy people out there. Let's talk about the best ways to manage stress this holiday season. We got Elizabeth Drain welcoming back here. Want to welcome her back to the Action News 5 digital desk. And boy, you're looking so festive with that Santa hat. Good morning to you. How are you?
Thank you. Good morning. I am doing great.
Good, good. I know you are. So let's talk about the top 5 tips that you have when it comes to a peaceful holiday season. Good morning.
All right. So the first one that I will share is embrace change. Be open to, reevaluating your traditions. Oftentimes we feel compelled to keep holiday traditions, even when they cause us to feel overwhelmed or interferes with the joy of the holiday. So try a new holiday tradition, and introducing change can add excitement and newness to your holiday.
Let me ask you this, Elizabeth. I know that you are an employee assistance program counselor there at Methodist Health. Are you seeing some stressors already that are affecting some of the people at Methodist? Tell me what you're seeing from your perspective.
From my perspective, I think some of the stressors are specific to just taking on too much. During the holidays, just kind of overextending yourself and overcommitting yourself. So I think that is probably a big stressor to, many of us. So, just learning to, balance, and not take on more than you can.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, learning to say no, can't do it, instead of taking on too many things. That's a great reminder out there for people to just learn how to balance some of the holiday season and some of the things we want to do. What's your favorite reminder for people during the holiday season?
I would say set realistic expectations. It's easy to get caught up in the idea of the perfect holiday, with the perfect decorated home, perfectly cooked meal, and perfectly behaved children. But the reality of it all is things don't always work out as we plan, and that's okay. So just try to let go of the idea of perfection and focus on enjoying the moment that do happen, even if it's not exactly as you imagine.
Yeah, no question about it. Just be in the present moment and maybe put away the phones too. That can add a lot of stress as well. Just be in the present moment with friends and family, relatives out there. I know I mentioned off the top you had 5 favorite tips. I think you went through a couple of them. Did you want to go through some more?
Well, you know what? I think this is a really, really important one that I would like to bring up, and that would be focus on what you can control. Unexpected things are likely to occur. Don't allow yourself to become unraveled. Focus on the things that you can change, that you can control, and accept the things that you cannot. I think that's a really, really big one because we tend to put a lot of emphasis and focus on things that we can't change or control.
Yeah, that is so true. I mean, just focus on what you can't control. You can't worry about everything else that's happening out there, especially out in the world. Anything else before we let you go, Elizabeth? This has been great.
No, I think that pretty much covers it. Thank you guys for inviting me back, for a second time. I definitely enjoy, coming on here sharing tips to help, everyone just kind of keep things in perspective during the holidays to decrease stress and manage stress. And I thank you again.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you, Elizabeth Drain with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Thanks so very much. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know about the holidays, and we all like to sometimes overeat, overindulge ourselves. I mean, we got family, we got friends. It's the holidays. It's the most wonderful time of the year, right? Well, unfortunately, some of those things can take a toll on our body. And one of the things that we experience as Americans is heartburn. Yes, heartburn. In fact, 60 million Americans suffer from heartburn at least once a month. So what's the deal with heartburn right now? Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue. Sherry Torkos, an integrative pharmacist. She's on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about this issue. I mean, Sherry, good morning to you. I mean, we got family and friends. We got, we're stressed out trying to get all the gifts under the tree for Christmas Day. But, we finally make it to the day. We have these rich, amazing meals, and then we start to feel some kind of way in our stomach. So let's talk first off about heartburn and what causes it. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Yeah, the meals are always great when we're eating them, but it's when it comes back to bite you afterwards, right? I think we've all been there where we've eaten maybe a little too much, and then we go away from the dinner table feeling bloated. We feel pain, discomfort. And for people that have heartburn, and this is quite common, in fact, almost everybody's going to have heartburn at some point in their lives. And as you mentioned, there's 60 million Americans that suffer with it monthly. It's a real problematic issue. Heartburn occurs when we have a refluxing of stomach acids back up in the esophagus. And it's that burning pain in your chest, the discomfort. It's always worse after a meal or when you're laying down. And it can be a really uncomfortable problem to find yourself in.
I totally understand. And I don't know if it's me, but all this talk about heartburn, I'm kind of feeling a little weird right now. But anyway, we'll continue on with this interview. So there's a new study that I understand, Sherry, from the Journal of Neurology that talks about frequent heartburn medications, dementia. I heard this a while ago, that some of the medications that are out there for heartburn aren't the best for us, and maybe there's a more natural, more effective way to handle it. Can you give us the fact from fiction kind of disparity here?
Yeah, for sure. So, this group of medications that have been evaluated in this study, the Journal of Neurology and others, it's called PPIs, or proton pump inhibitors. And this is a class of drugs that shut down acid secretion in the stomach. And they've been available over the counter for about 20 years now, and they are widely used. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't stick to the recommended duration of use, which is 14 days. People often take them chronically. And in this recent study in the Journal of Neurology, what they found is that people that were taking these PPI drugs for 4 years were at a 33% greater risk of dementia compared to people who had never been taking these medications. And researchers believe there are a couple of mechanisms at play here which increase the risk of dementia with the use of these medications. The first is that these medications cause a deficiency of vitamin B12, which is a very important nutrient for cognitive function. And secondly, they also impact calcium and magnesium absorption, magnesium in particular, which is also important for brain function and the health of our nerves. And then there's also some changes and alterations in the gut bacteria, the microflora, that could be at play here. So this is not new. There's been actually a couple of studies in the last few years that have drawn this conclusion. And it's very concerning. As a pharmacist, I worry about this because I know dementia is such a difficult to manage condition that it impacts families in such a troubling way. And the fact that these medications, the overuse of these medications is increasing the risk of dementia, it's concerning.
Concerning indeed. So, all right. So the $25,000 question is, how do we handle heartburn safely out there if we get it, Sherry?
Well, there are definitely things you can do to prevent and manage heartburn. So starting off with your eating habits, if we can have smaller meals, eat more slowly, which gives our body that can make a big difference. Also taking a digestive enzyme at the beginning of your meal. I often do this, especially if I know I might be having a little bit more than I'd like to. I take a formula called Digest Gold, which has enzymes to help break down the protein, carb, and fat throughout the digestive tract. That can help improve digestion. But if you find yourself faced with heartburn, you have an acute episode and it's an occasional problem, what I would suggest looking for is something that is over the counter in pharmacies and health food stores. It's very safe and works very quickly. It is called Heartburn Soothe, and it contains alginate and prickly pear cactus. Now, alginate, it's been around for decades, and what this substance does is derived from brown algae, and it absorbs 300 times its weight in water. And when you ingest the alginate in this Heartburn Soothe, it forms a barrier like a raft at the top of your stomach contents after a meal. And it prevents the acids from refluxing back up your esophagus, because that's what happens with heartburn. Acids reflux up, you get pain around your chest area, discomfort. So this prevents the refluxing of the acids, but it also helps to protect and help to heal and rebuild the stomach lining with the prickly pear cactus. So I love this because it works quick. And when you have heartburn, you want something that's going to give you relief right away. You don't want relief a couple hours later or the next day. It's something where you need an acute treatment.
Couldn't agree more, Sherry. Absolutely. Where can we go to learn more information about this?
Yes, you can check out my website, sherrytorkos.com. It's SHERYTORKOS, sherrytorkos.com. Check out my blog page where I talk about some of my lifestyle tips and strategies to beat the holiday heartburn. Again, eating small meals, supplements can help, and also making sure after you finish that big meal that you don't go and lie down, that you stay upright, because when you lay down, that makes it easier for those acids to reflux into the esophagus.
Good advice, Sherry Torkos. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much for the info, and happy holidays.
Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
Okay, as we approach the second half of December, it'd be nice to get an update on flu cases, RSV, COVID. So right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, we are joined by our friend, infectious disease expert, Dr. Shirin Mazumdar. She is going to be talking about these things. Dr. Mazumdar, appreciate you being back with us. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you very much. So how are flu cases looking right now?
So according to the Tennessee Department of Health, most of Tennessee is seeing a mild to moderate level of activity when it comes to flu cases. But here in Shelby County, we're actually seeing a high level of flu activity. So we're seeing the highest number of cases for the entire state. Here in Shelby County, the percentage of emergency room visits for influenza-like illness is 6.2%. So that number has steadily been going up. And we are seeing more flu cases in the ER than we did at this time last year. On a national level, what we're seeing here in Shelby County is very similar to what we're seeing throughout the country, where flu cases are really ramping up, especially in certain geographic areas like the Southeast, South Central, and West Coast regions. And flu hospitalizations nationwide are also increasing. According to the CDC, so far this flu season, there have been 3.7 million flu cases, 38,000 hospitalizations due to the flu, and 2,300 flu-related deaths.
How does that compare to last year? I mean, is this a higher flu season or a more infectious flu season?
Overall, we're very on par with what we were seeing last year, but there are always some variations. And what we're seeing, at least right now, especially here in Shelby County, is higher than what we were seeing last time at this year.
Okay. What about COVID cases? How do they compare to last year? And is there a recent uptick?
So here in Shelby County, the 7-day average for COVID-19 cases is 789, and that has actually been steadily going up. Around Thanksgiving time, that 7-day case number was 458. But the good news here in Shelby County is that the number of hospitalizations due to COVID-19 has actually been decreasing at the present time. So the 7-day average for COVID hospitalizations here in Shelby County is 25, and that is about 47% less than what it was the week before. Throughout the country, COVID hospitalization rates have been steadily increasing. In fact, this is the 5th consecutive week where COVID hospitalizations throughout the country have been going up. We haven't seen this level of hospitalizations in the country since the end of February. But the good news is, on the flip side, overall, we're seeing less number of COVID hospitalizations than we did last year at this time.
Okay, bit of good news there. Dr. Mazumdar, thank you. And we've been doing a lot about this RSV vaccine that is out not only for older Americans, but for some younger ones as well. Where are we on the RSV outbreak? Is there one? And are the vaccines helping?
Yeah, so this is the first year that we have an RSV vaccine for pregnant women in the 3rd trimester, older adults over the age of 60, and a monoclonal antibody for RSV for children under the age of 8 months, and even some infants under the age of 19 months if they're high risk. So here in Tennessee, according to the CDC, our RSV cases are slightly decreasing. It's measured by a 3-week case count for RSV positive tests. And currently we're at 22%, which is down from 24% from the previous data. So cases are slightly going down here in Tennessee, and that's very similar to what we're seeing on a national level, where hospitalizations are slightly decreasing. We're hopeful that we're seeing the peak of RSV right now, meaning that we're seeing the greatest number of RSV cases for the RSV season, but we'll need to follow those numbers to make sure that that trend is continuing to go downwards.
We have so many stories, Dr. Mazumdar, about the increase in people traveling this holiday season, either by car or through the airports. So there's going to be a record amount of people traveling to see family members and loved ones out there. Other than, washing your hands with soap and water, would you give any other recommendations to people who are seeing family, maybe in different states across the country, and at the same time they just want to remain healthy and not sick?
Yeah, really the cornerstone of prevention still rests with vaccines. It's really important to be up to date on the vaccines that you're eligible for. And actually, the CDC issued an alert to physicians and healthcare providers last week, really urging us to get our patients vaccinated because the vaccination rate is so low. So if you're over the age of 6 months, you are eligible for the flu vaccine and the COVID-19 vaccine. If you're over the age of 60, you are eligible for the RSV vaccine. So really, our vaccination rates are lagging right now. So we really want to see those numbers come up so that people can stay protected.
Anything else we can add before we let you go, Dr. Mazumdar, that we haven't touched on yet?
You know, Andrew, I think that we really want people to be healthy and safe this holiday season and also into the winter months. Vaccines are so important, but also we do have treatment options available for the flu and COVID-19. So if you feel sick, stay home and get tested. And if you're high risk, certainly reach out to your doctor or healthcare provider to see if you're eligible for medication, which can really help.
All right, appreciate the numbers, the breakdown, and the info from Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, infectious disease specialist with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Happy holidays. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you too.
Thank you. All right, another live look from our High Five camera there. Midtown Memphis, where it is 48 degrees at 10:36. We got your forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's going to be a chilly day, but also seasonable for this time of the year. But you're going to notice a bit of a wind-driven chill that's going to come along with the sunshine across the Mid-South. While we get back to our seasonable averages in the lower 50s this afternoon, add in a northwesterly breeze that's going to be gusting around, say, 30 miles per hour this afternoon. It's going to feel a little bit more bracing, so something to be cognizant of as you're heading out and about. Grab a jacket, keep it handy, and keep the sunglasses as well. But I will tell you a first alert to a big blast of cold air. This is the beginning of it moving through the area as the cold front moves through the region. Of course, the colder air dumping southward. A hard freeze likely here tonight with lows between 20 and 28 degrees when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Notice the lows in the lower 20s in places like Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Bolivar, Toone, as well as Whiteville, Somerville, down towards Williston. 25 in Holly Springs, Oxford down to 25, as well as in Ripley. I think there will be some colder pockets in through here. They'll probably be down closer to like 22, 23 degrees. So you get the idea that there will be some cooler air definitely in place. Probably one of the coldest mornings that we've seen in a very long time, and probably one of the coldest mornings that we'll see for a very long time moving forward. So a reminder, because of the cold temperatures that we're going to have here tonight, just a reminder to check in on folks who may not have adequate access to warmth. Make sure your pets are brought inside or have adequate warmth to make it through this evening. Then, of course, if you have any plans, bring it inside, cover it up. And then pipes, if you have any exposed piping, especially in areas like Covington, Brownsville, Somerville, Bolivar, more than likely you want to cover them up. If you've got some bad insulation in your home, you may want to open up the cabinetry at your house and have a drip going as well. But once we get past this, again, there's improvement on the way. So again, temperatures today 40s and 50s for highs. That's right close to average for this time of the year. Deep down into the 20s as we wake up tomorrow morning. And we'll manage a high in the 40s by the afternoon hours for your Tuesday. Lots of sunshine. A few passing clouds will start to roll in here. I think the clouds become more dominant, though, as we head into your Wednesday. And that leads us up into a milder stretch that will start to roll into the area as south winds begin to take hold. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 52 for today, deep into the 20s tonight. In the city, 26, but again, outlying areas, lower 20s to start off early on your Tuesday morning, only managing a high of the upper 40s. But it's upper 50s by Wednesday, near 60 by Thursday as clouds begin to thicken up and eventually rain chances to roll in here. If you remember last year's Christmas, deep into the single digits for lows. Nowhere near close to that. By the time we head into Christmas Eve, we're looking at scattered showers rolling into the region. Highs in the lower 60s, lows in the 50s.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Check out the latest edition of the Memphis Flyer on newsstands now. You can also check it out at memphisflyer.com. It says game on. And that is the story. It's Board to Beers. We're talking about board games here. Board games making a comeback in Memphis. What? Let's talk to the author of the cover story for the Memphis Flyer, Sam Chichi, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Welcome back, Sam. So a lot of interest about this story. First off, tell me how you found out about it and what exactly is happening in Memphis with this resurgence of board games. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Well, this is a story that I've been wanting to do for quite a while. I've been a board gamer for probably my whole life, and my friends and I get together to do it. So I'd always kind of, been interested in that as a hobby and as a subject. But actually a friend of mine from college, Evan Katz, who is featured in the story, he started, making games back in 2019. And, they became pretty successful with that. So that just kind of got the gears turning in my head. I'm like, hey, is anyone else in town doing this? Is this an industry that can thrive here in Memphis? And by all accounts, it can. I think a year after they released their first game, Taylor Herndon, owner of Board to Beers on the cover, she started putting her idea together for a board game exclusive bar. It's a super fun time. If you haven't been, I think you can check out 2,200 games. You can sip on some beer, have some snacks, and just, kind of have a good time all around. And that's kind of become a hub for a lot of these creators who are, coming out of the woodwork or maybe feeling inspired to try their own thing. It's still a growing scene here in town, but I think if you, keep your eye on it, it could be thriving in a couple more years and, be even bigger than it is now.
So, for our audience out there, is this a truck that comes to a various facility? Is it an actual brick and mortar place? Describe what's happening here.
Absolutely, yeah. Board to Beers is a brick and mortar location. It's like they have a full beer bar and a little restaurant that can whip out snacks. They have a location kind of by the Lost Pizza Company over on Poplar Avenue near the Central Library. So you can go there and choose from all their games and have a good time. And then Taylor also has a mobile game trailer, which she will take around to usually breweries, but I think some other venues like the Memphis Botanic Garden. She'll do that on occasion. She's usually running the shop, but yes, if you keep an eye on their calendar, they will occasionally be out at different locations. So you can walk up, check out a game, maybe buy a couple other games from her. So I would definitely recommend hitting up the brick and mortar spot. That's kind of where all the magic happens. They've got the games, and then they have a ton of other slate of events like, trivia nights. They have a holiday party coming up where you make Christmas tree ornaments out of, old board game pieces, just lots of cool things like that. And it's just a great place to try new games, maybe meet new friends in a fun and competitive setting. I've had a great time there. I visited a couple times, and I really, really encourage our readers and your viewers to go check it out for a change of pace.
During the pandemic, there were so many things that people got used to, making bread and, different playing board games was one of them. I mean, people were playing a ton of board games, my family included. Is that where this came from, this resurgence of board games? Was there other research that suggested that this would do and play well in Memphis?
Yeah, it had becoming a bit more popular in recent years. There's the platform Kickstarter, which many of the local creators use. It's a way to crowdfund your game ideas. It's very competitive, but I've looked at a lot of the Memphis campaigns, and the creators here seem to have a higher rate of success, I think. And Taylor alluded to that in my story. Memphis likes to support Memphis things, so there's a really robust network here that can support that. But some of the statistics I looked up, I believe board games were a $3 billion industry in the US last year, and I think it's somewhere close to 11 billion worldwide. So the pandemic was absolutely a huge part of that and kind of rekindling that interest. And I'm not just talking about games like Monopoly or Uno or the family classics that you do. People are coming up with these really cool ideas all over the place. And there's really something to fit every sort of interest that people might have when it comes to, playing a game. If you want something complex that's 4 hours long, they're going to have that. If you want a simple card game like Very Special Games, Evan and Josh in my story, they they've done plenty of those, and for a quick 20 to 30-minute playtime. So really, you're covered, and I think the industry outlook is expected to grow even more in the next couple of years. And I know Taylor had mentioned to me in the story that gaming conventions are a huge part of this industry, and how people will meet each other and share ideas and do play tests and things like that. And I know she's thinking about trying to get a local convention going, which I think would be a huge boon to this community here, and really, provide an opportunity for more people to get involved with this and maybe come up with their own ideas and be successful entrepreneurs.
Fantastic. I love it. I'm so curious at what you were saying there. I mean, a $3 billion industry, and something that's very attractive to so many different people. And as you mentioned, it's not just those nostalgic games like Monopoly or the Game of Life or Clue or anything like that. Didn't you mention on the top there's like hundreds of board games there that people can play?
Yeah, thousands actually. She estimated they had around 2,200 different games.
Wow.
I'm just glad I'm not the one doing quality control on all those, because that's a whole heck of a lot.
That's fantastic. I want to show our viewers one more time the cover of the Memphis Flyer here. Cover story, we're talking to Sam Chichi, the author of it. It says, Game On, Memphis's board game community is booming thanks to clever creators and a passionate base. Really fascinating. This, for me, it's sometimes, some of our stories, they can become a little bit on the predictable side. This one just came out of nowhere. What else would you like our viewers to know? Obviously, people can read it at Memphis Flyer and memphisflyer.com. Anything else that perhaps maybe didn't make the story, or some background information you can give?
Yeah, there's a lot that didn't make the story. First of all, there are a lot more game creators that I was not able to feature in here. I know they have a large presence at Board to Beers, so if you want to check some of them out, I would definitely go over there. You can ask to be pointed in the direction of their local game cabinet. Another thing is that a lot of these people involved in the scene, they are, they're busy, but they are also there to help if you are kind of walking in for the first time and maybe have your own idea that you want to kick around. I know Taylor said she's happy to help advise people, time permitting, and it sounds like a lot of these other successful creators, some of the ones I've listed here, are also willing to lend their time and expertise. So I guess while on paper they might all be competitors, there's room for more, absolutely, and it really indicates that they're there to help and lend an ear if needed.
Yeah, I know. And not only that, I mean, I'm thinking of just, team building, places here at work, at Action News 5, a morning team or what have you. I think that would be a great opportunity for all of us there, not only with family and friends, but also with people at work too. Sam Chichi, thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk and talking about it. Next time, we're going to have to talk about some of the other restaurants that you visited, so that is certainly on my list. But listen, Sam, if I don't get a chance to talk to you, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you.
To you as well, Andrew. Thanks.
Now, I want to talk about a musical that is 1 week away, that is coming to Memphis. It is Rudolph, the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the musical. Yes, it is coming here, and it's going to be at the Orpheum Tuesday, December 19th. Again, 1 week from today. Amazing to think that a character like Rudolph is going to be on stage, but we are joined right now by the character, the person that plays Rudolph. Talia Gloucester joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Talia, good morning to you.
Good
Tell me
morning.
how this all came about to take Rudolph and then make a musical about it. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, yeah, I love talking about this show. And yeah, it's just, the 1964 animated special is pretty much perfect. And a group of people said, let's put this on stage. And that's exactly what we do. We make sure to have all the icons and the aesthetics and the sounds that people are so nostalgic for and know pretty much as well as we do. The audiences know this show as well as we do. So we try to make sure we represent that nostalgia, and then we add the extra pizzazz of live theater, and it makes for a very good time, if I do say so myself.
It looks like it. I mean, the costumes are amazing, as you mentioned. It follows the unique 1960s, right? I mean, this is the back in the day Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It wasn't that Bert Ives, I think it was.
Yeah. He was voicing the Sam the Snowman.
Yes. I love it. That's great. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Talia.
Oh my goodness. Well, I went to UCLA, and that's when I moved to Los Angeles to, start my acting career. And then through a number of connections, that's how I landed this gig with Rudolph, which has been such a pleasure. And the way I got it felt like being in the right place at the right time. So I'm really grateful to be with the show.
It sounds amazing, and to be able to take a classic, a holiday classic, and bring it to life on stage. Tell us what the audience members can expect when they go. I mean, this is, you mentioned, it's a take on the original, which goes back to the 60s.
Yeah. So it's the story that people know and love, with the characters people know and love, like Clarice, Hermie the elf who wants to be a dentist, Charlie the misfit puppet, all those characters that I think bring people back to watching that TV special, when they were kids. For a lot of the people who are grandparents now bringing their grandkids, it's really a multi-generational experience. So I think they can expect a lot of nostalgia, or for people like those grandkids who this is their first theatrical experience, they can expect a lot of fun interaction with the characters from the stage, and some sing-alongs and some flying reindeer. It's for all generations, and it's a great time no matter what your age is.
I also find it interesting, Talia, that there is this tie-in with the National Bullying Prevention Center. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, well, this is a story about a kid who is this is an anti-bullying story, basically. And things turn out really well for Rudolph in the end, because, he learns to nurture his difference, what makes him special. And he has a community of people around him who support him and show him that he doesn't actually have to be shunned for this one little difference in his nose. And so that's a beautiful tie-in, and it's great that the show has partnered with an organization to amplify that message.
That's awesome. I love that. And I love this, the Abominable Snowman. I mean, I remember that as a kid looking at that like, whoa, that is scary.
Oh, yeah. And he's huge on our stage. We get some screams for sure every time he makes his appearance.
I bet. Anything else you want to tell the audience in Memphis that's thinking about coming out here? We have thousands of people that join us each and every morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Orpheum, I'm personally really excited to be in the Orpheum. It looks like a gorgeous theater. And for us, we get to be celebrating Christmas starting in November when our tour begins. But I think there's no better way to celebrate than with this show and with us as a cast. So we really hope to see you there in the Orpheum, and I can't wait.
So that is 3 performances there next Tuesday, December 19th. I guess you wouldn't have much time to do anything else. Have you ever been to Memphis before?
No. We usually, as a cast, we find our ways to sneak out and do some sightseeing. So I'm sure we'll see some fun things.
Good, good. I hope so, and I hope you get some great barbecue as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, listen, Talia Glosser, congratulations on landing this gig and the success of the musical. Have a great holiday season, and we look forward to a wonderful stop here in Memphis at the Orpheum. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll see you there.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Ariana Poindexter and Patrick Ellis with you on Action News 5's Midday Report coming up at the top of the hour. Then join us once again tomorrow morning beginning at 7 o'clock for another edition of the Digital Desk. We will see you then.